We have quorum.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so since we have quorum, let's get started. So thank you everybody for being here. Welcome to the September full board meeting of Community Board 8 Manhattan. We will start off before we get to the rest of the agenda. We are joined by one of our assembly members, Dan Court, and so I will turn it over to him to give us an update.
Oh, thank you, Russell. And I've seen the agenda, so I know it's a long agenda, but so I just wanted to attend tonight and briefly talk about one issue. Had we had a meeting in August, of course, the board never has meetings in August normally, but I would have come before the board with respect to the change in who the governor of this state is. On the Assembly Judiciary Committee, we were tasked months ago with investigating the conduct of the former governor, and that investigation sort of came to fruition in August, and didn't have an opportunity to come before the board and talk to you about what was going on. The Assembly Judiciary Committee continues to undergo its investigation of the former governor. We should be completing it in the near term, issuing some type of report. But since I didn't have an opportunity to come before the board and my community in August to answer any questions or talk about it, I at least wanted to do so in September, although events have transpired that make my report less timely. But rather than give a full report, since the legislature is not in session, although we did pass an extension of the rent moratorium till January 15th, and happy to discuss that. But I did want to give any board members, with Russell's permission, or any an opportunity to ask any questions concerning what is a significant constitutional issue with what is tasked with potentially removing a governor. The governor decided to leave on his own accord. That investigation continues at this time. So that is my report. Nothing significant beyond that. I just wanted to give the board members or anybody else an opportunity to ask any questions about this obviously significant political, policy, and constitutional issue facing the state as of August, and still going at present.
Thank you. So we have not been doing questions in these Zoom meetings, unfortunately. So we will take it from there.
That's very wise, Russell. Russ, we would never get to the important agenda items. I will just make one point: it is an open question whether a chief executive who has resigned, whether he or she can still be impeached. So that is not a question that's been resolved, best I can tell. It has always been my position that the Assembly should complete its investigation, issue its public findings. This has been an extensive investigation spanning almost half a year, with millions of your tax dollars spent to determine whether violations of the law, state law, public officers law occurred. I think at a minimum, we owe a public reckoning of our findings to be made public. So I will be pushing for that as we complete our work. The issue of removal is no longer applicable since the former governor is the former governor. But I will come back to the board and brief everyone in person when our work on the Assembly Judiciary Committee is done. I thank you for your time, and thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much for that update, and thank you very much for all your hard work on behalf of the community district.
Thank you.
So we are going to, before we get into the public session, we have 2 informational presentations to hear. But before we do that, I just want to remind folks that if you do want to sign up to speak in the public session and you have not signed up online already, you have to sign up by 6:45 online to be a public session speaker. So there's still time to do that if that is something that you are interested in doing. And with that, let's go to the first informational presentation that we are hearing this evening, which is on the Hospital for Special Surgery plans for upcoming construction. And we will turn it over to them and to hear from them about that.
Thank you, Russell, and thank you to the Community Board for inviting us to present here today. My name is Jen Rentis. I'm Chief of Staff here at HSS. We have a couple of slides that we'll go through today. Michael, are you going to bring them up, or are we just, everyone has them in advance? Okay, perfect. Great, there we go. So for those of you who don't know Hospital for Special Surgery, we have on our slide here just a couple of stats about us, but what I really wanted to stress was that we're a bit of a unique member of our Upper East Side hospital community that everyone knows. We're really focused on musculoskeletal care. Orthopedics and rheumatology is really what we're known for. And our goal is really to get people back to what they need and love to do better than any other place in the world. Our Upper East Side campus continues to be the hub for HSS. So a lot of our activity while we're growing, and you can see here where we're growing, our Upper East Side campus really supports our academic activities, our research activities, and all of our clinical activities that really contribute to making us #1 in orthopedics and in rheumatology, and really, you know, supporting all of what we do in earning our reputation. So, Michael, if you want to go to the next slide, we actually began this journey, if you will, a number of years ago with a board level committee that was focused on how do we bring this campus into the future. And so, you know, while we're here today to talk about the building that we're building over the FDR, it really started a long time ago in thinking about how we use our buildings on this campus to their highest clinical use. And so many years ago, we moved our research facilities to a building up the block on 71st Street. In 2019, we opened a new clinical care pavilion, which is the ambulatory care pavilion, which we'll also talk about today as it connects to the new building. And then we relocated our finance and IT departments off of this campus, which really allowed us to free up some space for really ensuring that we are focused on our clinical activities here in this building and on this campus. So what we are aiming to do and to talk to you about today are the next 2 phases. And what these 2 phases will allow us to do will really be to modernize this campus and bring it into the future. And that begins with building the Kellen Tower over the FDR. And once we do that, it really allows us to go back into our main hospital building here and really modernize that as well. So the Kellen Tower, which on the next slide has a pretty picture of it, it'll be built over the FDR. You can go to the next slide, Michael. I think it's yeah, there we go. There's the pretty picture. So it's built out over the FDR. It'll be accessed through other buildings on our campus. So really the access points for it are the pavilion building, and the entrances to that are really through our other existing entrances here on the campus. The one new entrance will be a bridge that will be built over the over 71st Street between the main hospital building and the Kellen Tower. The tower itself will have 3 floors of inpatient beds. And then those floors that you see up above that are labeled spine and ARJR. ARJR stands for adult reconstruction and joint replacement. Those are physician offices. That first floor in yellow there is imaging and radiology. So that's what will be in the building. What really it allows us to do is by building these 3 floors of inpatient units, which are all private beds, we can then go back into the main hospital building and really modernize the main hospital building and create private rooms throughout that building as well. So we'll be going from, I think, about 37% of our beds right now being private rooms to over 70% private rooms, which is better both from a patient satisfaction perspective, but also from an infection controls perspective, which is increasingly important in today's environment. So that's really a bit about the building and what it allows us to do here on the campus. And I'll turn it over to Michael to talk about what we're kicking off now and the exciting work that you'll all see soon.
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to bring to your attention the drawing on the right, which shows the HSS main hospital campus. You can see the main hospital in the existing East Wing, which has been built out over the FDR. This new building, the HSS Kellen Tower, is actually an extension of the existing pavilion building and will be built out over the FDR. You can see on either side of the east side of the FDR Drive, as well as on the west side FDR Drive, these little yellow areas. These are the construction areas. And then along 71st Street as well, too, will be a designated construction area for materials and supplies. The first phase of the project will be to install a temporary ramp or pedestrian ramp at the 71st Street crossing to allow public continued access to the Esplanade southbound of 70th Street while the work northbound is getting done. There is an ongoing improvement project by the Parks Department on 68th to 70th Street that has an estimated completion date of May 2022. And so this means that the pedestrian bridge on 71st Street crossing the FDR, gaining access to the Esplanade, will be closed at that particular time until the southbound access work is done. We will be building a temporary pedestrian access from 71st Street going southbound. The HSS main entrances, as Jen has mentioned, will remain in place, and the new HSS Kellen Tower will be accessed through existing HSS buildings, including the Pavilion building, as well as the main hospital building. There will be a sky bridge that will be built over the FDR, connecting the existing east wing of the main hospital building to the new Kellen Tower. And the building allows HSS to right-size our services and allows us to relocate and expand the space for our existing services. I know Jen talked about the building. We're expanding our radiology, our private inpatient rooms, and it'll also allow us to go back into the east wing of the main hospital building and be able to create additional ORs so that we can help more people get back to doing the things that they need and love to do quicker than anyone else in the world. Again, the construction activities will be taking place on the east side of the FDR on the Esplanade, and on the west side in front of the existing Pavilion building. Talking about the Esplanade, we will be continue a collaboration for improvements while this project is underway. We had done some initial Esplanade improvements from 70th to 72nd Street. Those were completed in 2018. We have continued improvements planned from 72nd Street to 78th Street, and we are coordinating those with the existing logistics of building the building. We have had many ongoing coordination with the New York City Parks Department on the design of those improvements. And once completed, the scheduling of our construction, we will be coordinating with the New York City Department of Transportation and the New York City Parks Department on the construction of the new HSS Kellen Tower. Again, the existing pedestrian ramp from 71st Street Bridge will continue to serve and access areas to the Esplanade southbound for most of the duration of the project. These are some key milestones and schedules that the community board should be aware of. We have been in 2021 starting our site preparations. We've already begun some work on the Esplanade, as well as along the front face of the Pavilion building and the off-ramp from the FDR going southbound on 71st Street. We are looking forward to our groundbreaking in October, and we will then begin building on either side of the FDRs the foundations and the building supports for the new HSS Kellen Tower. In the spring of 2022, we look forward to a barge and a crane pulling up in the FDR, where we would then be installing our platform as well as steel. That will all be delivered from the river and will be constructed over the FDR Drive. We will be working with, again, DOT and the Parks Department on that. And we expect to top off the building at the end of 2023, and we'll then begin fitting out the interiors of the building and opening up the building in December of 2024. So there are ongoing coordination all the way through this project with the East River Esplanade, with the New York City Parks Department and their landscape architect. And once the design has been finalized and approved, the logistical coordination and schedule determination will begin with Hospital for Special Surgery, New York City, DOT, and the Parks Department. One of the things that we thought that was very important was to continue to keep our community updated. And so we actually have set up a website, and we are encouraging all of you on the community board and all of you at the community board meeting to go to our website at www.hsskellontower.asp. Any questions that the community has during this project can be sent via email to publicrelations@hss.edu. And when you are on this website, we also encourage you to click on and sign up for a monthly newsletter that will be issued by HSS and will be sent out on a monthly basis, giving the community a 30-day look ahead. So, any type of closures or any type of deliveries, anything impacting our community will be shared in those updates, as well as by visiting our website. So that is our presentation. This is a view of our HSS main campus in 2024. We look forward to completing this project and look forward to working closely with the community during that. And that wraps up our presentation.
Thank you very much. So we are not going to do comments on this at this time, but we will take up to 3 brief questions from board members. So I see Tricia has her hand up, so we'll go to Tricia first, and then Ed.
Hi. So I guess one of my, I have a couple questions, so I will do them quickly together. 71st Street, there's a sinkhole on the Esplanade side, and there's, excuse my son, but we've never actually, and it's just been growing. Is Hospitals for Special Surgery going to be addressing the structural issues at 71st Street when looking at this project? Also, on the street side of 71st Street, the access to the Esplanade, that is a very unpleasant entranceway. I live on 72nd Street, so that's my access to the Esplanade. It's dark, there's garbage all the time. It's very, very narrow. There are a number of issues. There's graffiti all over the place oftentimes. What is the plan to improve the access to the Esplanade at that spot? I would love to hear more about if you are planning any sort of garbage pickup. That area is always littered with trash, and if you've come to our Parks Committee meetings in the past, you'll hear us talk about it almost every month, because it's mostly from visitors to the hospital that go wait on the Esplanade and then eat food and then leave their garbage there, and it's hard to pick it up. And finally, I appreciate the presentation, but I frankly don't think that there are a lot of visuals that show up close what the Esplanade is going to look like or what the building is going to look like on either side. So if you can come back at some point, I feel like it would be really helpful and a real service to our community to get better visuals of what this would look like up close. And if I can add one more, I will just say also, I'm confused because right now the access is closed at 68th Street, but you were implying that somehow the ramp would not be usable until after that access opens up again in May of 2022. So if you can just clarify, because this is at 71st Street, so I don't see how that would impact this project.
So I'm more than happy to answer a couple of your questions, and unfortunately I didn't take a tremendous amount of notes. But as far as any sinkholes or any repairs that need to be made on 71st Street, we can certainly take a look at those. I know that, the city in doing a lot of repaving has, kind of left a lot of potholes all over, and, we will certainly take a look and make improvements where we can. As far as the pedestrian bridge that goes over at the end of 71st Street, we do try to maintain the exterior of the hospital there. There's a beautiful Bel Air courtyard where we, try to light up as much, and it's almost like an open area for the community and for our patients as well as our staff. We will look to constantly improve that area and that access. Now,
just to respond to that very quickly, because I know you're going through and I appreciate it. I'm not talking about the Bel Air Plaza. I am familiar with that because, again, this is in our backyard. So we watched it very closely when you were doing it. Access to the Esplanade was really difficult during construction, frankly, throughout that project. And I'm not talking about that plaza. I'm talking about the actual ramp going onto the Esplanade, which is not as unfortunately as pristine as Bel Air Plaza is. It's dirty. There's like a small, I think, foot wide or 2 feet wide, like kind of gap between the railing and the wall of the hospital there that's always catches garbage. There's writings over there. There's like, I'm
sure I want us to be able to move on here. So
sorry,
yeah.
But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Bel Air Plaza.
Understood, but that the ramp ties into Bel Air Plaza. We will do our best to make sure that we're maintaining that ramp as much as possible. As far as garbage and along the Esplanade, we will continue to be a good neighbor wherever we can. I know that that is a public space. It's part of the Parks Department. For a while, it will be inaccessible going from 71st Street north, as well as being inaccessible until May of 2022, when the Parks Department actually completes their work between 68th and 70th Street. So there will be a time where the Esplanade is inaccessible from 71st Street going south. But as soon as the Parks Department finishes that work, they will be using a temporary pedestrian bridge to access the Esplanade going from 71st Street south.
Okay.
Let's go to the next.
Can you just clarify on timing? I never heard.
I want us to, I'm sorry, Trad, because I don't want us to spend too much time on this in the full board meeting. And I think, if there, Michael, and if you guys are willing to come to committee meetings that have sort of further questions and additional sort of detailed questions, I think that would be a big help, because I see that we do have a number of questions, and I think that's going to be the better forum to sort of dig into some more of the details, but I don't want to take up too much of the full board meeting here on this. So I want to go to the next questioner, which is Ed Hartzog. And as I mentioned, I only want to do 3 questioners on this. And again, we'll just, I think there's an email address in the chat, and folks will be able to ask questions that way. And also, I think you guys, are you willing to come back to a committee meeting if there are committees that have additional questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
okay.
This is our community. It's your community. We want to be good community neighbors, and we're more than happy, Russell, to join any other subcommittee meeting and further discuss the HSS Kellen Tower.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go next to Ed Hartzog if you have a question.
Ed, confirm on
Yes, yeah, thank you, Russell. Michael, thank you for coming. Yeah, I have quite a few questions, some concerns. Tricia raised them as well. Look, I'm not even going to begin on the Parks Department and their projected completion date, because anybody who follows city government knows that if you're looking for the most inefficient agency, it's a three-way battle between the buildings department, BOE, the elections department, and parks. And projects at the parks department go into some sort of black hole. It takes years, decades. So I'm not too sanguine about that in terms of the access to the Esplanade. I won't even get into the weeds with you on that. We can save that for a committee meeting. What I would like to ask about is any kind of contribution overall from HSS to the Esplanade in general. And so we can just focus on that. I'm going to take a little time to narrow it down for you. Your neighbor to the north, and I'm so happy that council is here. And so happy to see him, going to see him later on in the meeting. For your neighbor to the north, MSK, he will remember, as will many on this board, concerns that were raised when that building went up as to improvements to the Esplanade at 74th Street, because it is indeed it is shameful, utterly shameful. And with all the wealth that the hospitals have, and you're going from 37% private rooms to 71%, and all due respect to infections and all those other things, I'm sure it doesn't hurt the bottom line. What I'm asking about is, what is HHS going to do in terms of something for the community with respect to any kind of remuneration in terms of a dollar amount for Esplanade improvement, and not even the fact that the shadows are going to be all over the Esplanade, I mean the walkway now, but resiliency efforts now, because that's a big issue. So forget the improvements. How about some financial something kicking in for the community for resiliency projects on the Esplanade? I'd love to hear what HHS is thinking about in terms of being a good neighbor with respect to that. If you could talk to that, and then we could go to other issues later when we have committee meetings.
Okay, Ed, and if you had other questions, if you want to just ask those now, and they can answer them all together.
No. I don't want to
Okay.
distract from that one. I have other ones, but that I would like to hear about that, Russell. I don't want that one skipped over. I would like to hear about this specific issue, this particular point, as to what is going to come, especially so that people don't think that I always pick on MSK, because they always seem to be here doing it. So it's not picking on them or anybody else, but because the community is going to be really out here. I mean, we're really going to be out. It's a couple of years now where we're not going to have access to the Esplanade, which is not in the best shape in this particular point. We're the last in green space in this city by a ton. And I'd just like to know what the HHS is thinking about, aside from a little improvement with the Parks Department.
Well, I mean, this is not just a little improvement, Ed. This is redoing the entire Esplanade from 71st Street, all right, all the way up to 76th Street. And we had recently actually spent over $1.8 million in the improvements between 70th and 72nd Street. I mean, obviously, yes, when you walk by the Con Edison Pump House and you continue to walk south, there are some terrible areas that have not been touched. We plan, as a part of the building of the HSS Kellen Tower, to continue our plans to modernize and to improve the Esplanade for our community, including spending quite a bit of money. And yes, we are working with the Parks Department, but they are actually recommending the design, and we are actually paying for it out of this project.
A dollar amount, do you think? I mean, and with all due respect, $1.8 million, I do appreciate it, but listen, $1.8 million, we're talking a $3.5 trillion federal budget. You guys are doing pretty good. $1.8 million, I'm sorry, all due respect, $1.8 million, really.
No, Ed, so that work was already done in 2018. The rest of the Esplanade work that HSS will be undertaking for the community is valued at $6.6 million.
Okay.
All right, next let's go to Craig. And this is going to be the last community board question for this meeting. And again, they're willing to come back, Michael and Jennifer, to a committee and hear more. We can hear more from them there. But go ahead, Craig.
Great, thank you, Russell. Thank you for that presentation. I would like to invite you also to participate in a future transportation committee of Community Board 8, because I think there is definitely much to talk about, including the pedestrian bridge, as we earlier discussed, and I completely second the comments already made regarding access and to the Esplanade and the conditions of the Esplanade and what the future design is going to look like. But I'm also curious whether you anticipate there being major impacts to the FDR Drive in terms of closures or to the entrance and exit ramps that go along 71st Street and the access to 71st Street, and what changes there may be on 71st Street. Are there going to be any driveways to the new building, any other access or egress, and what traffic studies have been done to assess the impact of this new building? Because I'm also curious whether this is going to be, how it would be coordinated with DOT, which is also looking to do its own traffic study of York Avenue as well. We've talked about that in the past.
So thank you, Craig, for your question. First, let me just say that HSS has a proven history of partnering with our community concerning managing traffic. We had attended back in February a community board meeting to talk about traffic on 72nd Street, which has no access to the FDR but has a turnaround. We actually had worked with our business associates and other businesses on 72nd Street, including HSS, the East River Medical Imaging, as well as Sotheby's. And we worked, our security department had worked very closely with NYPD to improve and increase traffic enforcement so that there was a lot less double parking on the street. And ticketing of those that were using fake placards to park illegally. And so we've also done a number of other things based to improve traffic flow on 71st Street, which includes relocating and having a lot more of our deliveries being delivered on 70th Street, which is also a ramp that goes up to New York Presbyterian's ambulance entrances. We have a loading dock area on that side, and we're bringing in more and more materials to lessen the load of having trucks being using the existing loading docks on 71st Street. There will be no long-term changes to any access to this building. Again, I'm repeating that this building does not have its own separate front door or front or drop-off area. We're using the existing entrance to the Pavilion building, as well as the existing entrance to the main hospital building. The Kellen Tower will actually be connected to the Pavilion building so that people going up in that building will cross over on certain floors into the new Kellen Tower. And then the access from the main hospital will be on a sky bridge from the 3rd floor of the east wing into the new Kellen Tower. So there's no long-term, major traffic changes going to be made on 71st Street. Now, that said, during the project, we will be working with the Department of Transportation on some lane closures on the north side of the FDR going north, so that we can do our foundation work on the Esplanade area to carry the building. And then also we will be working with the DOT to have lane closures southbound. And what that lane closure will look like is a closure of 71st Street exit. And those will be scheduled on the evenings so that we can do that work. And then we were working on a longer shutdown in order to erect the steel over the FDR, maybe one weekend shutdown. Once that work is done, then we will be able to continue to build the Kellen Tower over the FDR while people get off on the 71st Street exit. as well as go north and southbound underneath the FDR. So we are working with them to minimize any disruptions to traffic patterns in this area during the construction of this building. A lot of the material will be brought in by barge and will be lifted into the building, as opposed to having tractor trailer trucks and other type of trucks pulling off of the FDR and onto 71st Street to make deliveries.
And I just ask, I'm not sure if the timing will work out, but there are scheduled closures at some point coming down the line when the John Finley Walk reconstruction project is slated to take place. So if there's any ability to coordinate with that project and any closures that may take place during certain evenings for that project, that would be, I think, appreciated by all.
Absolutely. And as I mentioned earlier, the FDR has a lot of potholes and really does need to be resurfaced. And, I'm sure that DOT will take advantage of a weekend shutdown to do some maintenance work that they need to do on the roadway, both going southbound and northbound.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add one quick thing? I know it was in Michael's in the last slide, but we do, if you go to the website and sign up for that email newsletter, we will be sending out 30-day look aheads and sending out notifications on any closures. So we're aiming to keep the community updated on any of that stuff real time. So that is the best way to kind of stay real time up to date.
Thank you very much. Thank you guys for coming. And again, I'm sure we'll hear more from you and have answers to more questions at committees that want to look into this further. Next, let's go to our next informational presentation, which is going to be from the New York State Independent Redistricting Commission to talk about redistricting. And I think we will be hearing from Asiya Bhatti. But if you were here for that presentation, please let Saida know. Okay.
Do you see me? Do you guys see me,
Yes.
Russell?
Yes, I see you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I will be quick. I know you guys have a very busy schedule. As a fellow community board member, I know how long the nights can get. So I'm the Director of Public Engagement for the New York Independent Redistricting Commission. Everything I'm telling you is on our website, and I have this really cool visual background so you can write down all of the information for our social media and our website. So you may ask what the Independent Redistricting Commission is. This is the first time we've existed. We are a product of a 2014 ballot measure that Proposition 1, which was for a constitutional amendment to implement historic changes to achieve a fair and readily transparent process to redraw the lines of state legislative and congressional districts. The Independent Redistricting Commission is composed of 10 members, 4 appointed by the Democratic legislature and 4 appointed by the Republican. The 4 Democrats appoint an independent and the 4 Republicans appoint independent. So they are bipartisan commission, and you can look on our website under the bios of the commissioners to see the extensive experience and knowledge they bring to the role. Commissioners are tasked to submit preliminary draft maps. We did that last week on September 15th. We were under a very tight timeline because the census only released data a month ago when they normally release it in April. And then after that, we are tasked to hold 12 mandated hearings. The cities that we are mandated to hold are in the Constitution, and that's why I'm here tonight. So I'll go over that, but I just wanted to give you a sense of the timeline. Our hearings end right before Thanksgiving, and then we will submit our final maps in early January to the legislature. So I mentioned the September 15th deadline and the draft maps. The commissioners felt they could not start beginning to draft the maps without community input. So though we were not mandated, we held a listening tour this summer. All of the videos of the listening tour are available online on our YouTube channel. We did it across the state to get feedback from folks. They were also able to submit maps as well as written testimony. And it was really, really well received. I would say that over 500 people signed up for our listening tour. Nearly 300 spoke at all of our meetings. We had over 500 people submit maps and written testimony for over 1,200 pages of just maps and written comments about their communities and what they desired. And we've had over 5,000 views of all of our videos on Facebook and YouTube. So we're really excited. We're hoping for more public engagement, which is why I'm here. The New York date is November 10th. The date of all of our hearings are on our website. So if you go to NYIRC and go to meetings, you'll be able to see the dates of all meetings across the state. And from now until the end of the year, we are really seeking for people to come to our hearing and speak, submit a map, submit written comments, look at the draft maps. You can actually today, if you go on our website under draft plans, you can actually see an interactive map to see what the maps are. So we really want to hear from you. And what I know is that community boards are made up of more than just members who come to a meeting, but you are all part of tenants associations and co-op boards, as well as neighborhood associations. So what I'm asking for you to do is help let people know that this is here and how they can get information. I will share information. I can send that along. So if you would like to, the board is getting our email, so they can share it in your weekly email and newsletters. And I think that's it. So I didn't know, Russell, if you want to move on or if you want to give.
I think we will once again entertain not more than 3 short questions from board members. So Elizabeth Rose, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to welcome my friend Aja Badi to Community Board 8. I've known her for a decade and say congratulations on your new job. I have no questions at this time.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thanks so much.
All right, Ed, go ahead.
I'll be real quick. Thanks, Russell. I'll be real fast. I haven't had a chance to look at the map. My question was, I understand we're losing a congressional seat. And the maps that you have, I will take a look. Proposed upstate or downstate on that congressional seat?
So I would say that if you look at like the discussion, the maps, congressional reapportionment is based on federal reapportionment, and the state assembly districts and state senate districts are based on the state constitution. And it was based on population. New York was slated to lose potentially up to 2 seats. We only lost 1, which, to be honest, was a win for New York State census work, and which is where I worked prior to this. And in general, you look at the overall population, and there was decreases in populations upstate, increases in the urban centers as well as downstate. So the draft maps have different sort of plans about how that looks like. And it's hard to say you lose a seat because they just, the congressional districts have, people are not left empty, right? We have a certain number of people that need to be in each congressional district. So it's moved around. And if you look at it, you'll be able to see. There are actually 2 plans, so you can look at both ways that commissioners saw to redraw the maps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Okay, let's move to the next item on.
Russell, you accidentally got muted. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So the next item is the public session. So Will, can you just run through the process for that, please?
All right, well, Russell is going to call on members of the public who've signed up to speak in the public session. As he does, we ask that you help us find you to unmute you by going to the bottom of your screen and clicking the participant or the reactions button and finding the raise hand button there when your name is called. That will bring your name to the top of our list so that we can find you. If you're calling in from the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand, and then be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting whenever Russell calls you. If you are here and your name is called and you're having problems finding the raise hand button, you may need to look under the participants section. If it is not there, then please use the chat to chat either myself or Saida, and we can help you troubleshoot the problem and get you unmuted. So I'll pass it back over to Russell.
Thank you. So first I will call on Courtney Bond, and we're going to temporarily suspend our ordinary 2-minute time limit that we ordinarily do. So go ahead, Courtney.
Thank you, Russell, and thank you to the board for having me. Probably most of you know why I'm here, and maybe you've seen the video, maybe you haven't. I thought maybe I would share the video of what happened on Sunday if anybody was interested in seeing it, but in keeping with the time and knowing that you guys have a lot, I feel a little bit of a not a buzzkill to follow everything that's going on, but I'm not even sure this is the right place or platform to talk about what happened. For those of you that do know me, I own UES, the ice cream shop speakeasy on 2nd Avenue between 88th and 89th. Obviously, thank you to the board for allowing me to open my first business here, and continue thanks for granting me my second license to open up another venue on 84th and 2nd, slated to open this year. Some of you know me on a more personal level than others, but for those of you that don't know me, I've been in this business 20 plus years. I'm not one to complain about a lot of things. It's actually fairly simple to follow the rules. I don't have problems with the health department or Con Edison or the things that most people maybe do, because you follow the rules, you get what's done, and it's simple. Running a bar is hard enough, but and obviously having a business during what everybody went through with the pandemic and was very difficult. I saw many of my fellow owners throw in the towel because they just couldn't handle it anymore. Some to do with the landlord, some to do with, just the personal stresses of it. But so I'm not exactly sure how to start, but, so Sunday night, like I said, it's an ice cream shop up front. We have the cocktail bar in back. We had a slower night. And so I allowed my manager to close up a little bit early. On Sunday nights, we turn the freezer off to defrost it. We take the ice cream downstairs, which is where our freezers are. A young lady, my hostess, who's been with me now a month, she was taking the ice cream down, and another one of my employees was receiving it from her. And a man walked in as she was going to put out 2 of the boxes. She thought that it was a guest trying to get ice cream or trying to go to the back. She said, we apologize, we're closed. He kept shouting at her, turn around, turn around. He backed her up into the ice cream pint wall. If you've seen the video, obviously you've seen her take the ice cream boxes and try to fend him off. He got to turn around, he made it to the door, and then decided and realized, well, hey, you know what, I'm going to win this because nobody's around. Turned right back around, pinched her behind the ice cream cabinet, put his hand on her neck, grabbed her boob, shoved his hand up her skirt, attempted to rape her. And then it was my manager who saw on the camera on the inside, saw what was happening, ran out, scared him off, ripped him off, scared him off, and he went running away. Immediately, my manager called me. I live across the street, on 89th and 2nd. And I had just put the camera down, because it was like, okay, we're closed. That's it. Just put the camera down. I'm always watching the cameras. I'm always there in some capacity. And, went there, obviously immediately called 911. She's shaking. She was obviously pretty messed up by what happened. The entire team was, right? All my employees, all my staff. So I'm sorry. And I want to thank Alita. She had reached out to me immediately. I had sent the video to Trisha on Monday, actually. Like I said, I'm working on the new space, and I found myself like a zombie. I didn't know where to go. And the only place I could think of to go was to Mansion to see John. Out of all the people in my circle, that I would go to, obviously I know John through the community. We were friendly and so on, but I wouldn't say, I call him when I have a bad day or something. And I just found myself, like I said, walking over there like a zombie because, I couldn't really keep my thoughts straight. I've taken a moment because obviously, it's all over the news, it's everywhere. And I do appreciate that. But now I've been, there's a sea of questions and comments and emails and things like that. And I'm trying to compose myself so that I don't cry, because it's not in my character to do so and to be weak especially during these situations. But I did go to John, who obviously comforted me and was there, and somebody I could speak the same language to, somebody that's been operating a business and has seen our neighborhood change, somebody that not only has a business in the neighborhood, but lives in the business, lives on top of the business. I live across the street from my business. I opened my business specifically because I love the Upper East Side so much, because it was my home, and has seen what has happened, has been through, we have these conversations all the time, the homeless this, the homeless that. I mean, I get robbed on the weekly, tip jars here, this, that, or the other. Like, my staff is trained on, this crazy is going to pee, this crazy is going to take a nap, this one's going to steal your tips. And, the cops, same thing. They really can't do anything about it. So we just have learned, to be accustomed. I had a crackhead in there a couple weeks ago who stayed for 2.5 hours because nobody could get him out. The cops came, they got a more emergent call, and we just had to keep going as this guy would not leave the premise. So this is stuff I'm used to. Like I said, I've been in the industry a long time. When I first opened, I was robbed. Guys, broke in and took everything from the safe, that kind of stuff. When you open a bar, that's just to be expected. It's a terrible thing, but it's to be expected, right? Certain standard things that come with owning a bar. But this was something on a different level. Again, for those of you that know me, I used to run and operate clubs in Vegas, a totally different scene, a totally different environment. Girls getting raped because of date rape, drugs happening in the bathroom, in the corner, in the hallway, in some dark, seedy place. But I worked really hard in my career to create a hospitality company where people were safe. I don't drink, I don't drug. This is one of the most important things. A lot of people, they have bars, they go under. It's because they do partake in these types of vices. And I wanted a safe space for kids to work, because all of them that are working for me are pursuing their dreams. The young lady that was attacked, she's going to FIT. She works for me part-time. She's this big, bodacious personality that will love to work the front. I don't usually have young ladies working the front, but she loved it. So, I don't have children of my own, but I can imagine those that do, you look out for them and you want them to be safe, and you do everything you can. And you don't expect something like this to happen under the bright ice cream lights with the door open. Even with people outside, you don't expect that to happen. My guys already know my dishwasher was robbed, a year ago. He was standing outside to protect my bartender to make sure she got in her car okay. They always know to leave in twos. They always know to keep their heads up, but he got his head knocked. He got his phone stolen. And so, like I said, this is the kind of stuff. But then this was this was like an invasion of a different kind, where he stole a sense of security for all of us. And every single one of my employees, they're having, even the ones that weren't working, they are affected by this. They feel like, what I have done, could I have done, the young manager, he's a young manager who pulled him off. He feels bad that he didn't do enough, that the guy got away. But obviously we don't know if that guy had a gun, he had a backpack, you just never know. And I always tell them, I used to be a Muay Thai fighter. You never step into the ring with somebody that's stronger or that weighs more or weighs less than you. You never step into the ring with someone that you can't fight. So you don't fight the crazy, because you can't win. That's not a fight you ever want to take. So he did exactly what he needs to do. He scared him away. And everybody has asked me, what can we do? Russell called me, he was so kind. And, I know I had already said this to him, and I apologize because I know this is way past 2 minutes. And everybody wants to ask me, what can you do? And the truth of the matter is, I really don't know how to answer that question. Because there really isn't anything you can do. We know what the landscape is in our community right now. We know what's happening to New York City as a whole, and it stems from government at the very top. It stems from a summer of defunding the cops. It stems from the NYPD being attacked on their own. It stems from them being underfunded and spread so thin that they can't be. We used to have a cop that was parked on 2nd Avenue. Like I said, I'm between 88th and 89th, and pre-COVID, Rathbones, Genesis, Selena, even Vietnam would allow patrons to sit outside in the patio, writing room. All these businesses have closed, and now it's a dark block, and it's just me and the diner there, kind of fending for our lives. I used to go to 4 a.m. and I don't anymore, because I won't even risk having my staff go home that late. So we close at 1. And I've been to the 19th. I've told them I've asked for this numerous times, is to get that cop. And obviously their answer is always the same, is that they need to go where the calls are more emergent, and they need to be where there's more problems, because just 2 blocks down on 86, there's more issues with people stealing from CVS. There's more issues with what's going on in the subway. I understand that on a scale of important to little, if nothing's really happening, then they have to go. So I'm looking into private security for myself, which is something I never thought I would have to do. Like I said, I came from Vegas, where you had the big security guard up front that, told you, if you messed around, that he meant business. And that's not the look I wanted for my ice cream shop, where there's kids and there's families. But at the same time, it's already hard enough to own and operate a business, like I said, during this time, but to now have them fear for their safety, it's on another level. So I obviously just needed to, communicate to the board. I appreciate everyone that has been there for me, has reached out. And excuse me, I do apologize. And it was actually John, because we have these meetings and we have these conversations, and you do feel like sometimes you're beating your head against a wall. They'll probably not find this guy, but turns out that this guy has a history of doing this. He's done this multiple times. And so it was luckily that we had these big bright lights and this camera that caught him doing this, that possibly we could catch him from doing this to another young lady. But it's true, you have to keep speaking, you have to keep saying it, you have to remind people that these things are going on, that the businesses are really, really struggling. They're really struggling for so many reasons. And then to add on top of something like that, where does the level stop? So I suppose I will try to cut it off right there. So, but thank you all very much for giving me this extended time and this opportunity to speak. And again, for all the support that I've received from the board. Again, sometimes when things like this happen, I reminded the staff, if bad things happen, people say all the time, why do bad things happen to good people? And I always say bad things have to happen to good people, because if bad things happen to bad people, that's where it would stop. But bad things happen to good people because good people will take it, they will absorb it, they will learn from it, and they will pay their story forward. Another young lady of mine that works for me, that of course I had no idea she was assaulted in her past, and this brought back memories to her, and she found herself consoling my hostess. And the entire team has come together to protect each other. Like I said, they're all affected by it. So I guess, the answer is what can you do is I guess what everybody already has done, which is just reach out and offer an ear, offer some support, just some conversation. Like I said, John let me cry like a baby on the street, got me some water and calmed me down, and has been checking on me ever since. I know he's reached out as well. And that's just, consoling enough, because when things like this happen, you obviously don't want to feel like you're alone. So thank you to everyone. And thank you again for this time to speak.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for being here. And I was going to talk a little bit about this in the chair report, but I'll just say now, first of all, again, this has just been such an awful thing that happened, and I'm so sorry that it happened to you and happened to your staff member. I do want to let folks know that the NYPD in the 19th precinct, they have been looking for a suspect that I think they have an image of from a camera in another incident that they think may be related. And so they have put out calls in the media and on social media for help identifying that person. And so if folks can take a look at that, that is, I think, one way that folks can assist. And I see Will's putting that in the chat. And beyond that, I would just say that, of course, CB8 is ready to help you, Courtney, and UES in any way that we can. And I know that we're going to be looking at this issue in more detail in upcoming committee meetings. In particular, I know the Small Business Committee already has a meeting scheduled to talk about these issues. And I think there are going to be other committees looking at it as well. So I think I have no doubt that, frankly, every board member has strong views on this and more that could be said, but I want us to move on here. So I will just again say that we're here. We want to help in any way that we can, and we're going to be giving a lot of thought to what we can do in the coming weeks here to address this very, very serious issue.
Thank you.
So with that, we are joined by Borough President Gail Brewer. So we will take a quick break from the public session and turn it over to Gail for an update.
Thank you very much. It's a horrible story. And Courtney, I'm so sorry. I will say that, working with the community board, at least hasn't happened yet, but we got some really bad situations on 96, 95th on Broadway. And in that case, we are all over the precinct and all over some of the anchor stores to provide security, which they're now going to do. So we can work. There are slight solutions with NYPD and others. So we'll keep in touch. But I'm so sorry that happened. It happened on the Community Board 3 last night, something similar. So I don't know what to say except thank you for sharing, and we'll all work together. It's awful. A couple of things for Board 8. Obviously, the open meetings law, thanks to the governor, is something that we can work with in terms of virtual. That's why we're here. And so that's until Saturday, January 15th. We'll have to figure out after that. I will say that our office has providing and buying for every community board an owl, which if we do go back to hybrid, the long story short is it gives you the opportunity to both be hybrid, meaning virtual and in person. And it's actually, we've been using it and it's very, very helpful. Community Board 8 has been a leader on small business in terms of rent and everything else from the pre-pandemic, pandemic, and now. And Alita and others have all been doing this work. So last Friday at the City Council, we have a bill on the Storefront Bill of Rights, and Council Member Steve Levin has a bill. We did it with Helen Rosenthal. I don't know what's going to happen. It was a 7-hour hearing. Our bill tries to address legally, try to get something that would legally pass that would address the rent issues. Just to give you a quick synopsis, owner and commercial tenant would have to talk to each other, sort of a bill of rights about what would go into a lease, so it's not so complicated and has really specific aspects to it. So it's not something that you sign that you don't know what you're signing. And then the controversial part is that if you are told you have to leave because there's another store supposedly in the wings, you still have more time. That's the part that the owners don't like. So just to say, We hope to get something through the city council this year. We're certainly working on it as hard as we possibly can, because this rent issue, soon the businesses come back and fill up the vacancies, we're going to be back in the same situation. I want to thank everyone, Isabel from our office and others who've been working on Roosevelt Island banking issues. We're not giving up. We've been in constant touch with the New York State Department of Financial Services, and Chase said no, but we're all working to find another bank. We're not going to give up. I'm all concerned, as you are, about the schools reopening. I hope it's going well in District 2. I know in District 4, which is East Harlem, there is a school that did have to close completely because of COVID, and I don't know that there is a good remote solution. We're waiting to get the statistics. There's so many aspects of this climate change, but we did participate with the DOT commissioner on electric vehicles and where there are charging stations and what the future is. I have to say that I think on the east side, East End Avenue between 86th and 88th Street, 78th and Park, and 67th Street in York, in those areas, there are charging stations. I don't know if they're used. I do know that in some cases, people just park in front of them. But this discussion might be something that you want to take up about whether this is making sense and what the city is doing. Congestion pricing, the hearings start on Monday. And I think it's Monday, or maybe it's tomorrow. I'm sorry, it's 6 o'clock. And this is going to be quite a discussion. With you and others, we've been making a real push that the governor needs to appoint one person from the borough of Manhattan, because I believe that particularly 60th Street and South is I'm supportive of congestion pricing, but the voices of those who are not and the voices of those who might have some suggestions have to be heard. And so I feel very, very strongly that somebody perhaps from the community board world who knows about transportation is part of that discussion. It is going to be very long and very controversial, and I want to make sure that folks are heard. I'm not going to talk about the blood center because, as much as I do, as you know, we did not support it, and let's see what happens at the city council. I want to mention also that I think some of you participate, but every Tuesday at 3, we have discussion of both vaccines and dollars and recovery. And I think every discussion is helpful. There's lots of the archive on our website, and just know that you're welcome to join us every single, I know that your chair, Russell, thank you very much for joining us on a regular basis. The borough board is Thursday, September 23rd, very soon at 8:30 in the morning. And the topics are going to be probably well discussed: open restaurants, text amendment, which has got a lot of discussion about it, and something that you heard a lot about already tonight on redistricting. So obviously it's open to everybody. So that's the quick synopsis, Russell, and thank you very much for participating with all of us at the Madison Avenue bid. I thought that was a wonderful way to have stores know that there are customers and that we're open for business. And I just want to say I had the opportunity, I was really lucky to get a ticket to the opening of Wicked. And it was so exciting to see audience being as excited as the amazing actors on stage. So there's lots of hope out there, despite what all of you are doing. And thank you for all your hard work. Thank you very much, Russell.
Thank you very much. All right, we will now resume the public session, and let's go now to Matthew Bauer from the Madison Avenue bid.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Just once again, say thank you for so many of you taking part in our Welcome Back Saturday event on Madison last weekend. But before I go over, I should also say also our concerns about what Court Bond was mentioning, and to mention that tomorrow night we'll be taking part in the 19 precincts Build the Block meeting. So it's an opportunity to meet the neighborhood coordination officers, and the more we do that together, the better. But anyway, I just want to say again, thank you to Russell and our president and so many folks, Keith and our SBS commissioner for taking part in our kickoff last weekend for Welcome Back Saturdays. And I should tell you, this Saturday, the 25th, we are going to be doing the second part of our Welcome Back Saturday event, which is Shop with Your Dog Day, which is a benefit for the Humane Society of New York. We actually have 60 stores, over 60 stores on Madison that are allowing you to shop with your dog. We have two information centers, stages, one at 63rd Street, one at 75th Street, where we're going to hear from the Humane Society vet. We're going to have dogs that will be available for adoption in many of the stores. We're going to have a free photo booth to get your portrait taken with your dog. We have an illustrator who can illustrate your drawing with the dog. Dogs, of course, have to be leashed at all times. You must maintain possession of the dogs at all times and must be housebroken to enter the stores. But it's a really great way of welcoming people back as well. And I should also say that there's been two new stores that opened up in the last week on Madison. Sleepy Jones at 989 Madison, and Trom Safe has reopened. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Matt, for inviting me and others from the community board to participate this past Saturday. It was a very, very nice event on Madison Avenue, and nice to see so many stores open and thriving out there. So let's go next to our next speaker, which is Marty Bell.
Marty, you just need to unmute.
Okay, we can go back to Marty. Let's go now to Morgan Fluss.
If you're here, Morgan, please raise your hand or use *9 if you're calling in from the phone.
If we don't have Morgan, then let's go to Ben Wetzler.
Can you hear me now, Will?
Yes, go ahead. So we'll do you and then we'll do Ben.
Well, first, I'm here to talk about, as I've done in the past, the Blood Center. And I apologize if there's noise in the background because I'm outside. But before I speak briefly about the Blood Center, I just want to tell Courtney that thank you for saying what you said today. I think it was heard not just by the community board, by the community, and whatever I can do or others can do, just let us know. It was just horrible, and I'm sorry for your employee, and I'll do whatever I can, and I'm sure the community board will, to improve conditions for you and other store owners. With respect to the Blood Center, and I joined the meeting late, I don't know if it was mentioned that the City Planning Commission approved it today. The Blood Center application recommended it for, which was a total deaf response to this community, where the community is unanimous against it, as evidenced by the community board vote previously, and as is every elected official. I just want to say that, people should not be discouraged by this. They should be undaunted and continue to fight. We're already meeting with members of City Council who are the ones that actually get the deciding vote on this. And they've been extremely supportive. And the people who are here today, and tell your friends in the community to stay tuned, because we're going to be holding another rally. And I think the action by the city planning today is just going to make us double down our efforts and work as hard as we can to stop the tower. I want to also thank Gail Brewer, who was magnificent in a meeting we had on Saturday, and especially give a shout out to Russell, because his description of this community's opposition to the Blood Center Tower was nothing short of brilliant. And if
thank you very much.
I wish I had reported that, Russell, because
well, it pains me to stop you in the middle of that description here, but your 2 minutes is up. But I really appreciate that, Marty. Thank you very, very much. Okay, let's go next to Ben Wetzler.
Hey, Russell, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. So I just wanted to speak very briefly about the the development of the Avis garage on 90th Street. I saw that was on the agenda for tonight. I live right across the street from it. And while I have to be honest, I'm sort of agnostic as to the actual the issue that is going to be discussed, the transfer of the air rights from the school. I am really not looking forward to the idea of living across the street from a self-storage facility, which is what, according to the website of the developer that's going to be building this building, is what it's going to be. I feel like the traffic and the noise, especially late at night, for businesses that are going to be moving goods in and out of what's essentially a multi-story warehouse right on a residential street, is going to be a huge pain. And I think it's inappropriate for the neighborhood. The zoning, the C84 zoning, goes way back to when when Asphalt Green was still an asphalt plant, and this was more of an industrial neighborhood. And I think it's totally inappropriate. And so I just wanted to remind the board members that this is going to be an as-of-right development. So I really hope that you won't dig in your heels too much on the air rights issue and get creative in terms of other uses that could happen with this building. Personally, I think that it really should be a residential building. There's basically every other building except for the school on that side of the street is residential, and every single building on the other side of the street is residential. It really is a residential block, and so the zoning should reflect that. And I'm pretty sure, I'm not a real estate guy myself, but I am pretty sure that they can make a ton more money even with the 20% affordable. And New York City needs a ton more affordable housing. 20 or 25% affordable, that they'd still make more money on that than on a warehouse. And so I would really appreciate it if you guys could voice that to the incoming administration, that that's what you'd like to see happen on that block.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Aaron Weinstein.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. This is a real honor. It's the first time I've been to one of these meetings, and it's fascinating. I want to follow up with what Ben has said. I live at 417 East 90th Street, which is across the street from the Spence School. And over the past 3 years, this residential street has become a disaster. We've had the Spence School go up, especially during the pandemic when people were in lockdown and had to listen to all sorts of noise. At 427 East 90th Street, there was a co-op that just went up. And now we finally have some quiet, and the Avis building is going to be constructed. We were in touch with Ben Callos a lot in his office during the Spence construction. They had a lot of variances after hours, on the weekends. The street was closed down, and I don't see the need for, I didn't even know this was going to be a storage building, but I don't see the need for this. And I just want to voice my objections to what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we will go to Betty Cooper-Wallerstein.
Betty, it's *6 to unmute. Betty, just hit *6 to unmute on your phone. Betty Cooper-Wallerstein, just push *6.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was just listening. I didn't have a question.
Okay.
So I thank you so much, though, for recognizing that I was here. Thank you.
Sure thing. Okay. Next, we will go to Faith Fraser.
Faith, same thing.
You hear me? I've unmuted.
Yep.
I'm not sure after listening to Courtney about this, but I feel so terrible what happened to her. But I'm talking about the zoning text amendment for the restaurants. I'm actually opposed to it making it permanent under the guise of the Department of Transportation. I live at the corner of 73rd and 2nd, which was always a quiet place until recently. I'm concerned about, and I've expressed this at the land use meeting too, accessibility. It's so difficult to go up and down the sidewalk on Second Avenue between 73rd and 72nd because there are tables on both sides and the potted plants. I'm sure that's not really ADA correct. And additionally, the restaurants have expanded so much. One of them is halfway through up to CVS. And I just wondered about the, I think Valerie mentioned at one point about who would they be paying when their lease is renewed additional money to the city. And the third thing is the noise and the blockage of 73rd Street. When the garbage truck comes by to pick up, there's an expansion of a restaurant that's taken up 2 to 3 parking places. So that when sanitation has to come 2 to 3 days a week, they have to put up a block, like a construction sawhorse, so that they have to block the street in order to pick up the garbage because they can't get to the curbs. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next, we will go to Sally Crass.
Sally, if you're here, use something to distinguish yourself. Raise your hand. *9 to raise your hand on the phone.
Okay, next let's go to Andrew Ravishir.
Andrew, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak this evening. I'm a member of the general public, and I'm adamant that Community Board 8 take action soon to ensure that a 210-foot height cap on all new developments is enacted immediately. A little background on me before I go further. I'm a cellular researcher that specializes in how urbanization and climate change impact organisms on a protozoal and cellular level. My work has been published in peer-reviewed scientific journals, and I currently have more publications pending. Several studies around the world, but particularly in China and London, who are ahead of us on the overdevelopment curve, have demonstrated that buildings emit an exponentially greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions and use an exponentially greater amount of energy after 100 feet of height, which is around 10 stories, and 210 feet of height, which is around 21 stories. This increase in turn warms our city by trapping energy in the atmosphere, worsens our air quality through the trapping of particulate matter, and exacerbates the urban heat island effect. The urban heat island effect can be defined as the propensity of cities to trap heat and grow considerably warmer than the surrounding natural environment. According to the EPA, locales within urban heat islands can be up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than surrounding areas. New York and CB8 both have a monumental task ahead, rebuilding the city in a way that protects the viability, health, and environment both today and for generations to come. We need our future infrastructure to support public health and combat climate change. I'm encouraging CB8 to reach out to other community boards, climate change organizations, affordable housing groups, and our governor, who has a history of understanding the challenges of growth and overdevelopment, and who will need votes and allies from New York City in order to secure the nomination for governor next year, to demand change from our new elected officials. I'm looking forward to helping. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next let's go to Raymond. Who would sign up online to speak?
Raymond, if you're here, it's *9 on the phone to unmute, or go to the reactions icon and look, or *9 to raise your hand, and go to the reactions icon if you're using Zoom.
Okay, and while we're waiting for Raymond to identify himself, let's go to Wendy McIver.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Great. I want to thank you for the opportunity of speaking. And I wanted also to reach out to Courtney and thank her for coming and speaking. That's an issue that concerns all of us. And I'd like to offer any support that I can to her staff. And please keep us informed of what we can do and how we can all form to support each other. Sort of not on the topic I wanted to speak about, I had many an instance where I would be walking home from 68th Street from the hospital to 81st Street where I live because my parents were both in the hospital at one point. My daughter and my parents were in the hospital. I'd be walking home in the wee hours of the morning so that I could make breakfast and lunch in time for my remaining child at home so that he would have a great school day. And I did it feeling very safe. I don't walk that way now. And part of it is because of the emptiness that Courtney described in the streets. So let me circle back to overdevelopment and climate change, which Andrew Ravish here spoke about. We have a tremendous problem because 4 of our boroughs are islands and 1 is a peninsula. We're very much affected by the rise in the Atlantic Ocean, which is very much related to climate change and climate change pollution, which sounds like something that's very far away, and what can any individual do about it? But according to the DEC, 67% of all of our city climate change pollution, according to a report in Scientific American, 75% of all of our climate change pollution is due to tall buildings. That's not super tall buildings, those are tall buildings. As Andrew said, above 10 stories is one exponential jump in climate change pollution emissions, and above the 20th floor, the 210 foot height is another exponential jump. And we speak about the congestion pricing as if it's a climate change initiative. It is not. I have no problem talking about, trying to help out the MTA and their problems, but it has nothing to do with climate change. The rest of the 25% of pollution is every other thing. And I'm asking CB8 to join with other community boards and to reach out vigorously to our elected representatives to put a height cap on our buildings as in the mid blocks on the avenues. Thank you.
Wendy. All right. That is it for folks who had signed up in the public session. So now we will move on to the next item of the agenda, which is a refresher on Robert's Rules of Order. So I think it's been a while since we have gotten one of these. And so I asked Valerie, who's the parliamentarian, Valerie Mason, and Chuck Warren, who's our parliamentarian emeritus, to present here. And I don't know if I know Valerie's going to be late to the meeting, so I'm not sure if she's here yet, but we can turn it over to Chuck and he can provide us with a refresher here.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good. All right, I guess I don't want to take too much time here, but I think the first thing to know is that in order to take any action by the board, a member has to be recognized by the chair, and it's either the chair of the board or the chair handling the particular committee report. That's the first thing. Secondly, you make a motion. You don't have to make a motion on committee recommendations. The recommendations from the committee are automatically on the floor and are open to debate. And you don't have to say, I move that we approve the committee amendment here or committee resolution, because it's already on the floor. Now, once you start the debate, that debate continues until someone makes a motion to close the debate by calling the question. That motion has to be seconded, and if the board agrees, then debate ceases. Now, sometimes people make the motion right away, but most of the time, the convention at our board has been to allow a certain amount of discussion and then make a motion when people have said what people think is all you can say on the subject, to then call the question, and if that's approved, then you automatically vote. Once the vote is called, we have 3 ways to vote, and that is either yes, no, 4 ways: abstain or not voting for cause. An abstention is counted as a no vote because you need a majority of yes votes to pass. Not voting for cause is when you have a conflict, a real conflict, an economic conflict, and one that's considered a conflict under the conflict of interest rules. Number of things to look out for is that once we call for a vote, you're just supposed to vote. You're supposed to say yes, no, abstain, or not voting for cause. Sometimes there's a bit of discussion when people cast a vote, and that's really against the rules. We're not supposed to do that. That just takes up time. Secondly, one of the things that's sometimes abused is that anyone can raise a point of order in the process, and that has to be something that could be out of order for any number of reasons, and the chair has to rule on that. But sometimes people raise a point of information, and that's often misused because people say point of information, ask a question on the substance of the matter before us. That's wrong. A point of information is really just about what are we voting on? Is a no vote means really yes or whatever. It's just that it's very specific. So avoid making a point of information unless you really have a point that goes to the vote. And talking about, but we do have situations where people make motions, and you can normally, once you speak, you cannot make a motion. But the way to do it is you say, I'd like to make a motion, and if seconded, I'd like to speak to it. And then you make your motion and it's seconded, and you can then speak to it. Once the motion is seconded, it's open for debate, and it's also open for amendment. And what happens generally here at the board when you want to change a motion, you would make a substitute motion. And if that's seconded, then that takes precedence over the original motion, and we vote on the substitute motion first. And if that passes, that supersedes the original motion. If that fails, we then immediately vote on the original motion. Then there are some what we call priority motions. And that means they're really not subject to debate, and they have to be voted on immediately. One of the priority motions is a motion to table. But it has to be just a strict motion to table. If you say, I move to table it to next month's meeting, that's not a strict motion to table, and there is debate on that. But if you just say, I move to table it, and it's seconded, we have to vote immediately. The other thing that is often used is what we call a friendly amendment. You'll have a committee chair presenting the committee resolutions, and someone will say, make a friendly amendment. And if the chair of the committee or the co-chairs usually accept it, then that's included. If a resolution comes out of a committee but does not have a majority in favor of it, then it's really not a resolution that's on the floor. There has to be a motion to approve or disapprove it. So that happens not that often, but you could see it happen in certain situations, and therefore someone has to make a motion. I want to see if there's anything else that needs to be. The other thing is to really you always address the chair, whether it's the board chair or the committee chair, and you're not supposed to address each other when you're discussing things. And I think that one of the things that we've always tried to do is be as courteous as possible when discussing issues among the board, even if there are policy disagreements. Another motion, let me just talk, motion to adjourn is also a priority motion, and that's voted on immediately. But any other motion like that is always open to debate. So if I put a motion on the floor and someone wants to make an amendment or a substitute motion, once that's made, that's still debatable. So it doesn't mean you're cutting off debate. Sometimes people get very nervous when there's a motion on the floor and someone makes a substitute motion, they think it's automatically going to go to a vote. No, you can still debate it. So I think those are, I don't want to get into any of there's a lot of sometimes arcane situations that come up. The only other thing I will mention is that there is something called a motion to reconsider. And what that means is if, let's say a resolution is passed and someone wants to reconsider it, at the next meeting, you can't wait more than the next meeting, someone who has either voted in favor of the motion or abstained can move to reconsider. And then if you vote on the motion to reconsider, if that passes, then that would come up again for a vote. That happens very rarely, and it's can often be a difficult situation, but it has happened. And the other thing is we always have to have a quorum in order to make our resolutions official. If we have less than a quorum, 50 people, then what action we take is not really an official action. So I think that's all I'll say now. There are a number, as things do come up, and you get complicated situations, but I think just for hitting some high spots, I think that should do it, Russell.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very, very helpful overview. Okay, let's go next to next item on the agenda. So we have some public hearings regarding some BSA items. So let's go to the first of these, which is the item that we had looked at during the land use meeting, which relates to the POPs on 64th and 3rd. So let's turn it over to that applicant, please.
Hi, good evening. Fan Baton. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Fan Baton from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'll be brief as this application was presented in full at the Land Use Committee on the September 2nd meeting. At that time, the committee tabled it for a vote today. We spoke about this project at length at that meeting, and we appreciate the committee's comments and concerns. However, at this time, the proposal remains the same. As a quick reminder, the application seeks to amend a previously approved site plan from BSA for a POP space at 200 East 64th Street. The space has been under the BSA jurisdiction since 1985. At that time, the BSA variance was granted to permit a plaza 5 feet above the curb level. Our proposal seeks to replace and modify the required landscaping and seating. The proposed design would address many of the rodent problems that have plagued the site and improve security. The proposal also seeks to amend the hours of operation from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the spring, summer, and 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the fall, winter. As noted at the prior hearing, the entries and exits are fixed from the 1985 BSA approval. We understand that many issues were raised at the committee hearing, especially regarding accessibility. As stated, the biggest problem at the site is the location 5 feet above the sidewalk level. The applicant team will continue to review the options regarding accessibilities, but we do not have an updated plan at this moment. It takes some time to address due to the built conditions, and we will revisit. To respond to some of the outstanding questions raised at the committee hearing, the committee requested that we respond to the following. I first like to note that Tony's has removed their tables and will not be using the POP space for outdoor dining. There was another question regarding the proposed DCP open restaurants and sidewalk cafe text amendment and how that would impact the site. And we do not believe that the text amendment will impact the site. It's more for sidewalks themselves. It's with DOT and those open sheds instead. And it would not permit dining, outdoor dining at the for the POP space. I think there was an outstanding question regarding lighting. There is lighting at the site and it is actively maintained. So we'll continue to review and address the board's concerns regarding accessibility throughout the BSA process, but we do not have an updated plan at this time.
Okay, so I just want to clarify the situation, I guess, procedurally. So I understand you don't have any updates, you say, at this time. Is the idea that you're going to continue to explore alternatives and come back to us with those, or is it the case that you've sort of taken a look at it to the extent that you have, and now you're going to proceed with your BSA hearing on the current schedule? What's the story?
We're going to proceed as the application currently is for BSA. Our BSA hearing is October 4th or October 5th, and that I believe has been noticed already. So, we understand the concerns of the community board. We are still looking into the timing of how to address the accessibility concerns, but right now we are just moving forward towards the BSA application,
Okay.
BSA hearing. Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to open it up to the board for comments here, and I'll just observe. Obviously, we did hear this application last month, and there was a fair amount of comment before we decided to table this. But I think given where this is procedurally, I do think that a motion is probably in order on this if anybody wants to make it at some point in the course of the discussion. But let's go first to Barbara Rutter.
I just want a question. Did you say Tony's removed all of its tables?
You said that last time. And let me tell you why I'm asking. I did go there and I went to the one that's on the avenue, the southern portion of it. And Will could share share the screen and show the picture that I took. There's two ways of getting to the Pops. One is on the street where it's quite a high stairs. And the other is from the avenue on the south side, where you would go through like an alley and then go up some stairs. That entrance was blocked. I have a picture of it. It was blocked with a table. I moved the table and I got a waiter coming out yelling at me to say I have no right to move it. I said, this is public space and I want to go to the public space. And he said, you have another entrance. I don't want to use that entrance. I went up and there were tables where people were being served there. I went up and it was a mess. There were a lot of like picnic tables that were in bad shape. There was other construction. So meanwhile, some manager came running to me and saying they have every right. They made a deal with the landlord to say they could use that pop space and block it from public use. And we would have to use the other entrance. And a lot of others to argue about ADA, but certainly that other entrance is much higher. I have to say, I don't think you were truthful last time. I'm wondering if things have changed since I saw it, which was it 1 week ago? I think 2 weeks, 2 Sundays was the day of the fair. I think it was 2 Sundays ago that I saw it. There it is. If you could look, and you may see a man screaming, and he was screaming at me for taking the picture. But you could see that table is actually on the street, blocking the entrance. You see the stairs that goes up to the Pops, and you see the tables that are being served, that are being eaten with Tony's. Tony's has an entrance to the left of this picture that's coming. Is this how it is? Is it true? They said this is legal. Is it true? What is the status?
I have recently been to the site. I was informed that management had informed Tony's that they had to remove it, that it wasn't compliant. I'll have to touch base with them again. Under my impression, it was my impression that Tony's was informed that they had to remove it because it's not in compliance with zoning, and there are currently violations for that. So.
And I said at a community board meeting that you told us that the tables upstairs were gone. Obviously they weren't. They said, oh, we wanted to keep it for the public. I said, what is this other mess that's here? Well, we're waiting to get rid of it. We just said, it was our stuff that we're waiting to get rid of. It was really an awful condition. But the ADA stuff, I couldn't vote for this just because of the way this looked. On top of the ADA, which is a different issue, this was outrageous when I saw it.
I understand.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Ed Hartzog.
Thank you, Russell. So I guess procedurally speaking, I would like to make a motion to disapprove, and if it's seconded, I'd like to speak to it. I will be brief because I think I raised many of these issues, and I see
there is a second. Yeah, Alita and Marco have seconded, so go ahead.
Thank you, both of you. I see so many faces who spoke at the last meeting lined up behind me to make, I'm sure, many of the same salient points Barbara Rutter made. I will speak to the ADA portion of it. Barbara so eloquently pointed out the table matter. Again, not to play Peter Falk, Lieutenant Colombo. I've spoken to some very preeminent architects, many of whom are on this board, and my suspicions are raised with respect to this. Again, as I did 2 weeks ago, you make it seem so simple, but something gnaws at me on the ADA. That in terms of if you go too far, you have to adhere to the 1990 law. I'm not going to here to litigate that with you. The whole thing just smacks of, frankly, with all due respect. And I understand you got a date coming up on October 4 with the BSA. And again, we're just advisory, but it doesn't seem like much effort was put in to make any changes to what we said. And with all due respect, and look, it's a common theme. Look, the Blood Center gave us a lot of that all summer, so it's going around. In addition to COVID, But with that said, I'll leave it to other board members, but I'll be voting no. That's my motion. I'll stop now. Thank you, Russell. Thank you to everyone else. You can respond or not either way. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to, we still do have quite a bit to get to this evening in the meeting, so I'm just going to encourage folks to make sure, do your best not to repeat anything that anybody else has said, and be as concise as you can. Let's go to Alita Camp.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I am opposed to this as well, or in support of the motion, because as the party responsible for the POP, you certainly have the authority to kick Tony's off of that space, and that you haven't done so raises a lot of serious questions that we didn't know about. And in addition, that you are going to the BSA and giving us language that you will continue to look at the ADA while you knew this vote was coming up tonight is evasive to me, and certainly indicative of no intent to make the space accessible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, let's go to Marco Tamayo. And just, Fan, I'm going to be going through the board members, but if at any time you want to respond or answer a question or whatever, just feel free to jump in.
Okay.
Go ahead, Marco.
Thank you, Russell. I think we have to make a little bit history of this project. This project was constructed in 1970, and the record the Department of City Planning said the top it should be 4,604 square feet. Then the applicant said in the variance of 85, they said they built 4,351 square feet. So they are claiming that they are overbilled for 4,604. So the point is right here, their goal was, in that variance, was to be knowing compliant, to make even higher the platforms, 505 in one part and another 407. So that is done, and that was approved. The only thing I'm gonna bring is probably the lack of commitment of the commission to review properly the record from the Department of City, even the community board at that time. So the second part clearly said in the line number 4, column 1, say clearly. I'm sorry, no. I'm going to refer it to the second column, line 6. Quote, that the old landscapes shall be adequately maintained and replaced when is necessary. And they are complaining before that the problems arise. And that proves clearly that they are in breach of the agreement of the variance. And when you breach the agreement of the variance, you don't have the variance. So now they want to have even more benefits, and they don't want to even comply with the American Disability Act. And this is what I don't understand the applicant. I don't know, a person of myself, I'm not going to give you welfare to the millionaires. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Elaine Walsh.
I have 2 questions. One, our board under Terry Slater and myself did a comprehensive review of all the POPs. In our community, one of the questions I have is, when you're going to make any change to your POP, it is required that you have a ULUP. I'd like city planning to weigh into this. The other piece is, this POPs is on a wide street. It is required that they be open 24/7. I have seen no reason to ask for a limited hour emplacement. And I'd like to hear some justification for this. And I will not vote to support this. Thank you.
I'd just like to respond, if I may. So I understand that POPs are part of the city planning and ULARP, and changes are usually to that. This is a special circumstance where it's actually under the BSA jurisdiction back from 1985. So we comply with we're supposed to comply with the BSA resolution and their approved plans. So this is going through BSA instead of city planning. It's still a discretionary action, but that's the agency that we're going through. Regarding the hours of operation, the conditions from the BSA resolution included the time from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. But with past history of security incidents and with like homeless on the POPs, the applicant wishes to reduce those hours for safety. And I'd just like to note, I actually received some photographs from around 6 p.m. this evening. The tables have been removed from Tony's. I'm happy to forward those to the board, but.
Yeah, please do forward those to Will, and while we're hearing additional comments, maybe we'll be able to put this up. Okay, go ahead, Rebecca.
I just have a quick question. I think during our last meeting when we discussed this, there was confusion as to whether or not the residents of the building were in favor or opposed to this. I think the confusion might have stemmed from the fact that we received a letter right at the start of the meeting that people might have assumed was from a resident of the building, but was not. So I was wondering if someone could offer some clarification on that.
I don't know if they have showed up today. I don't know if they were at the prior hearing. I don't know if has anyone submitted testimony from the building.
I don't think so. I think there was a letter this time from someone across the street or something. But.
Yeah, so I guess I'll finish then by saying that so we all now understand that letter was not from someone who lived in the actual building.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to David Helper.
I'm going to suggest that the rat problem is not from the plantings. It may very well be from the restaurant, and there are certainly a lot of other possibilities as well. I'm on the co-op board of my building, 535 East 86th. We probably have more planting than almost any other building in New York. A lot of you may not realize that we have a courtyard with one of the largest gardens in the city. And as a member of the co-op board, it happens to be my responsibility, among others. We have all planting done not in individual planters, but in planting beds. I can tell you we've never had a rat problem. The planting is beautiful, it's luxuriant. You can get a much more beautiful and a much more luxurious garden with planting beds than you can with a lot of individual little planters or even semi-big planters. So on a practical issue, but also I think on an aesthetic issue, the original scheme was much more beautiful with the planting beds, particularly if it was well thought through and well maintained as we do with our garden. And on an aesthetic basis, I think it's absolutely wrong to approve this new proposal. So that's my point.
Thank you. Next, let's go to John Phillips.
So my question is really one of clarification. From what I understand, the POP site exists in a particular way now, and there's a proposal to make changes to that site, but we don't know what those changes are. Is that correct?
No, we saw the changes at our last meeting, at our land use meeting, the September land use meeting. They did a presentation on what the changes were going to be.
Yeah, and these are sweeping changes to the scope of the POP site, or are they specifics within the existing parameters?
It's within the existing parameters, and in fact, in the board materials from tonight, it has the project documents that we had last time, right. So you can see those again, and you can see the plans for the what the proposal are. So the physical site, and I'll let Fan, I'm sure she'll have stuff to say also, but yeah, the physical space that it takes up is not going to change. It's a question of the layout and the plantings and so on. Okay.
Correct. Correct. Do you want me to just quickly share my screen, or it's within the existing plaza? We're not changing the existing plaza itself. We're just fixing benches and planters, landscaping, and kind of rearranging it a little bit within the existing plaza.
All right, next let's go to Mrs. Brown.
Good evening, Chair. I cannot support this application based on the presentation they made at the land use meeting. mainly because of ADA noncompliance. As someone who's using a rollator, I find it more and more difficult every day trying to move about the city. And perhaps some of these businesses need to be sued under the ADA noncompliance for them to take it seriously. And that's all I want to say. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you. All right, next let's go to Sharon Pope Marshall.
I'd like to call a question on Ed Herzog's resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Yes, I see a second. Okay, so is anyone opposed to calling the question? No. Okay, so let's go to a vote. I'll hand it off to the secretaries.
All right,
Okay.
so remember this.
No, go ahead.
Do you want to?
No, you
remember
do.
this. Okay. A yes means no this time. So if you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Barry?
Abstain.
Chuck?
No.
Rami?
Abstain.
Abstain? Will Sanchez?
No.
Craig?
No.
All right, seeing no other hands, the resolution passes.
Thank you. All right, let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is our hearing on the proposal by the Spence School for the, I should say, the BSA application that's coming up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I just want to confirm that you can hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good to see you. Shelley Friedman from Friedman and Gottbaum. I'm here on an SOC application that's been filed by the Spence School to modify the 2018 variance for its educational facility on East 90th Street between First and York. You supported the original variance. The building is built. It has its C of O, and in fact, it's occupied. But this variance, when you get the benefits of the variance, you also get a very long-term relationship with the Board of Standards and Appeals, such that any changes to your building, any changes to the use, or any changes to the air rights on the school's zoning lot need to be overlooked and supervised by the BSA so that the BSA can assure itself that whatever this change is, it's within the spirit of the original, it's in the spirit of the original variance. So upon completion of the school, we were approached by the fee owner of 434 East 90th Street, the lot immediately to our east, which was the Avis garage. Avis held the property on a long-term ground lease, which was expiring. Avis has left the site, and the the owner has entered into a new ground lease with a company that does high-end self-storage facilities throughout the country. They're not based in New York. There was mention of a website. You can see their properties on the website if you so choose. They are interested in purchasing 13,700 square feet of unused air rights from our site, from the school site. In fact, the school was developed only to half of its permissible floor area. And so it has approximately 47,000 square feet of unused development rights. The developer wishes to buy 13,700 of them and transfer those air rights to its new building. The reason that 13,700 is the number is because that is the amount of air rights that the developer can accommodate in its as of right envelope. That project is entirely as of right. It's entirely as of right as to its use and as to its bulk, including up to 13,700 square feet of our air rights. So this narrative has all been submitted to the Board of Standards and Appeals, and shortly they will have a hearing on their special order calendar to assure themselves that there's nothing in this transaction that is inconsistent with the original approval. There are findings that must be made with regard to this consistency. We believe we've made them. All of the material is in the materials that are on file at the community board. I just want to caution anyone who's looking at it will not find anything about the as of right development, because the sole purview of the BSA is to review our site, which is the subject of the special permit, to assure that the variance is, as I said, the integrity of the variance has not, has in no way been violated. They understand that the self-storage facility is as of right. They take no position or no interest in it. With this transaction completed, the developer will simply build an as of right building utilizing 13,700 square feet of our air rights. Even with those air rights utilized, the combined site will be underbuilt. It will be underbuilt with regard to floor area. It will be underbuilt with regard to height. And combined, the two buildings are much smaller than the maximum build out on the site. And I'll be happy that really provides, I believe, all of the relevant facts, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Elizabeth Rose.
Thank you, Russell. For those of us who are unfamiliar, can you describe what the original variance was required for, so that we understand what the variance was in the first place?
Of course. There were two variances in the special permit to permit the Spence School to build on this site. The special permit was required because use group 3 is not a permitted use in a C8-4 zone. But there is a special permit on the books for schools specifically for this purpose, in which the board analyzes the fact that in a zone which could have industrial and quasi-manufacturing uses as of right, that there's nothing inconsistent in the neighborhood with the presence of the school. And as I said, the community board adopted a resolution in favor of the application. The two variants for the special permit application, the two variances dealt entirely with the conditions in the rear yard. We needed a waiver of, in this district, they're called open spaces, not rear yards. We needed a waiver of the open space in the rear yard so that we could accommodate the double height of the underground gymnasium. Again, that was supported by the community board, supported by the BSA, and that's the building that today is in use on the site.
And was there any discussion at the time of, trade-off that effectively the granting of the variance of the open space was balanced by the under usage of all development rights?
Well, I think that there was a recognition at the board and at the community board that the as of right building on our site could have been, if Spence wasn't developing its facility, could be literally twice as big and considerably taller by at least a third. So that was, I think that did enter into the stream of consideration. I'll also tell you that this was mentioned at the community board, but it was not part of the final community board action. It was dealt with, the ball was carried forward primarily by your councilman, Ben Kalos, in which we were asked if we could accommodate two of the public schools in the area, the lower level schools, I think grades K through 5, who do not have gymnasiums, and whether it would be possible for those schools to utilize the Spence Gymnasium in the daytime when the gymnasium was not in use. And that I know that Councilmember Kalos's support for the application at the BSA was predicated on that agreement. We entered it, and that was certainly the plan. Unfortunately, with all the complications of COVID, we were not able to smoothly integrate that plan when the school opened this September. A memorandum of understanding has to be developed with the Department of Education. They obviously have a lot of other issues to attend to at the moment, but we are in the process of those negotiations once again. And the hope is that those schools will have access to the Spence Gymnasium. So those were the trade-offs involved in this application.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, I think having school gymnasiums and having robust school facilities is a priority in our community, and I certainly I was not involved at the time, but it sounds like the community board was very supportive of this, but it also sounds like there was no prohibition or written agreement that the school would permanently restrict its use of those air rights. And so I would have to say I would support this because it sounds like it's totally within the regulations around the transfer of air rights and the use of air rights within an as of right development. So thank you very much for responding.
Thank you for your support.
All right, let's go to Ed Hartzog.
Thank you, Russell. Shelley, so great to see you.
Thank you, Ed. You too.
It's been a while. So I have a few questions, and just for me, you know, I always ask this one. What are we talking about here? Just so I know, for the board, what's our timeline here with the BSA? You're up. You have a vote. Where are we procedurally?
We're tentatively scheduled for early October. The SOC calendar moves along much quicker than the variance calendar because they're much lower levels of review.
Okay, so we're talking. So we need to make a decision here. Is basically
yes, sir.
You know, we need to make a decision. Okay, so I had a couple of quick questions for you, and you know, I like when you come because I do feel, and I mean this with all due respect, I do feel like I get smarter because we have to be on our game because you play for the long term and you know the ins and outs of this. So on behalf of the community, we really have to be, you know, on top of this. What is left? I know you're doing 13.7 for the Avis building. What do you have left with the Spence School? What's left in the air right bank over there?
Well, it's a complicated question because commercial FAR limits and community facility FAR limits are different. You are permitted FAR 6.5 for community facility, but you're only permitted FAR 5 for commercial. So if you're asking me the question, which is unlikely to the point of impossible, whether another community facility, all these other sites are fully built out with residential uses surrounding us. But if a community facility knocked on our door and said we could use your air rights, we would have as much as 43,000 square feet of air rights to transfer to them. However, on a commercial basis, with the lower FAR for commercial uses, we only have 21,000 square feet available. However, I will point out again that with the construction of this building, you can only transfer to an adjacent property. All of those properties are residential co-ops or condos surrounding us.
I totally get that, and I understand. But you know, I've learned, especially with the subway being completed, you know, never say never on anything in New York. So I do appreciate though what you're saying.
And I should supplement myself. I should supplement that only by saying to the previous person who testified about residential use is not permitted in a C8-4 district. So there is no opportunity, was no opportunity on our site, is no opportunity on their site to build a residential building. But if they did, it would obviously be a tower of some sort.
Okay, but we couldn't get a residential. So what you're saying, that does go to one of my next questions, which is in terms of that site, to build upon what Ben Wetzel was saying before about residential, they couldn't do that anyway, even if they came to you and said, you know what, forget the storage facility, we want to build affordable housing. Couldn't do it?
No, the road for that runs through CB8.
So it's possible, but not probable. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, it'd have to be a discretionary. They'd either have to get the zoning district remapped, or they would have to go to the Board of Standards and Appeals and prove a hardship.
Okay, I got it. Okay. And let me just ask you, just again, it's as of right, and I've learned, as of right, it's like swimming against the ocean in a riptide. But let me ask you, in terms of this building, I haven't seen it, but what does this look like? Is it like with the storage facilities I see on 62nd there, the Manhattan mini storage? Is that what this is going to look like? I mean, what is this thing going to look like that's next to you all? It's a
10-story building. As I said, since Mr. Wetzel mentioned it, you can go on the developer's website. They develop these facilities across the country. I think it's insight.com, INSITE.com. It will take you to their facilities and their proposals, and you will ultimately find yourself on a New York website where they have a rendering of this building. I obviously can't attest to it because it's as of right, and you understand that I can't represent that that's the building because it's as of right. They maintain all of their rights to change it, but they're pretty well advanced in their plans. And you can see it online if you wish. I don't have any more questions. I know a lot of people have their hands up. Probably a lot smarter questions than I could have. There's something here I'm sure that we should be asking for. I wish I could articulate it now. It's good to see you, but I'm sure at some reason I have a feeling with this block you'll be back. But anyway, it's good to see you, Shelley. Thanks. Thanks, Russell. I don't have anything else.
All right, Alita.
Thanks. Okay, so this seems to me to be an example of hoisting oneself up by one's own petard. It sounds from what you said, Shelley, that the school got permission to build whatever it built because it wasn't going to be a bigger facility, which it could have been. So it got permission based on taking up a small piece of land and not going tall. And now that it has permission, and now that it built, it wants to use its air rights to sell them to another building that will be probably an eyesore and be a formidable presence on a residential street. So I'm having some trouble accepting this because of the way in which they seem to get permission to build. And that's all I'll say about that. So thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to Craig later.
Thank you, Russell, and hi, Shelley. So my first question is, you use the phrase high-end storage. Can you define what high-end storage is? And how does that differ from other storage sites that we see around, like Manhattan Mini Storage or Public Storage on 92nd Street?
I probably should have used the term institutional grade because that's the term that's on their website, and by that I mean that it's a building that's meant to accommodate a relatively affluent and dense community as a marketing factor. And that's what they were looking to do. It is certainly not one of those places where you have 25 garage doors that you roll up and pull up your van to. It's a well-designed, in my opinion, a well-designed and contextual building. I just can't speak to it or represent it, so I commend you to their website if you want to take a look at that. I would like to take the opportunity to respond to the last comment, because the actual factor that the BSA considered, and that I believe you considered, was that if we had to build the as of right envelope, we would have blocked a good 15 lot line windows on 402 East 90th Street. And 402 was an active participant in the process. With the variance, we were able to bring the floor area and the height of the building down so that we only blocked one lot line window. I think that was the one issue that this project presented itself to and recommended itself for with regard to the community board.
I don't think we're necessarily trying to relitigate the past here. I'm trying to think about the current situation. So my next question was, is the proposed use group of the storage facility permitted under the existing zoning?
Yes.
Okay. Does the Spence School, which you represent, feel that a storage facility is the best and most appropriate use of that lot on this block, which is a predominantly residential block?
Well, I don't think it has an opinion on your question, but I will say that we are in the middle of a transaction, and if Spence felt in the least bit that this was a problem for the security of its school or the appearance of its school or presented any kind of reputational issue or neighborly issue, it wouldn't have entered into the transaction.
All right, so I'll just comment that I've spoken many times about how the zoning code isn't etched in stone and that we should be open to changes when existing zoning doesn't conform to the context of a street or a neighborhood. The fact that we have this one lot that is commercial and a block that is otherwise primarily residential based on a historical use from decades past, I think just speaks to my views on this matter. And I think we should be seeking to rezone, remap this block, and that we should vehemently oppose this application. Thank you very much.
I need to point out that there are several commercial entities still on this block. There are a couple of there's a parking lot that is used by a small local limousine company, I believe. It's not a pure, it is a primarily residential block. It is an overwhelmingly residential block with the exception of the school and this block, but there are still historical uses that have been on that block for decades that are not residential.
All right, let's go to Michelle Birnbaum.
Thank you. Shelley, you mentioned that this goes to the BSA not because they're talking about what's going to be built, but because they have to verify or confirm that the Spence School is upholding its part of whatever the contract or their transaction, what's permissible. Can you tell me what it is that they're looking for when they examine the Spence School's end of it?
Yes, Michelle, there are a few things. First and foremost, this variance is predicated on a set of zoning calculations that looked at the Spence site as its own zoning lot. When you transfer air rights, you have to merge your zoning, your tax lots into a single zoning lot. That's simply a constant. And therefore, a lot of these original calculations on paper change. The dimensions of your zoning lot change, the lot area changes. They have no impact on any of the BSA findings, but the BSA requires you to substitute your zoning calculations with the new zoning calculations. There's also a site plan that is part of the BSA approval that shows the zoning lot as the Spence site. They simply want us to substitute that drawing to show that the zoning lot now includes the Avis site, if you will, so that is now the correct zoning lot. And then, and that's really it. They will review the conditions for their variances. For this variance, we have complied with all of them, or we wouldn't have gotten our C of O. And this transaction affects none of them. But they need to see that. So that's what we're doing.
So this will be Spence will be one zoning lot with the Ava site.
Correct.
But that will now become one zoning lot.
Correct.
When that happens, does the original transaction, does Spence retain the rights that it had originally? In other words, if this Ava site is developed by Insight, what happens to Insight's control over this now combined zoning lot going forward? What is Insight allowed to do should Insight decide to sell their building or change its use or whatever?
Michelle, you'd make a great land use lawyer. The way this is handled, it is a real issue. The way it is handled is through another document known as a ZELDA, a zoning and land use development agreement, in which the parties agree on how all of that will be handled. And in the ZELDA that will become filed here, it will be clear that that Spence retains absolute and total control over the unused air rights on its portion of the now enlarged zoning lot.
No, but its portion, it's giving the new zoning lot is taking 13,700.
Right.
Spence has 47,000. So the unused has nothing to do with the air rights that it's already given to the storage site. I'm asking, to me, you've already answered that, because I think the air rights can only be transferred to contiguous buildings. So I don't think there's anything that's bordering Spence, unless there's something behind it that would be, considered contiguous, and in fact it's on 89th Street or whatever, but I don't think there is. So my understanding from what you say is that Spence can't transfer the remaining air rights according to the current laws governing transfer of air rights, which is to a contiguous site. But I'm asking, once they sell the air rights to Insight, they don't have any more control over the air rights that they sold. So now, am I right or wrong? I mean, now.
Well, I mean, they would, if as of right development is as of right development. We should be clear on that. If Insight decides after this transaction is closed that they want to do another form of as of right use on that property, they would have the opportunity to deploy those air rights. But again, they would be, if they couldn't comply fully using those air rights with the zoning resolution, they would have to file some sort of discretionary permit that would come back to the community board ultimately for review.
Okay, so they wouldn't have to if it was within the current C zoning. In other words, the same kind of zoning that the storage facility has. But if they wanted to sell that building and they wanted to sell it for a different use, they would have to refile and come back to us again. But Spence has given those air rights up, so Spence will have nothing to do with that. If it's one zoning lot, does Spence still remain a partner that has to approve of that sale? Or is it now all belong to Insight?
The answer to your question is no. Spence is first of all, Spence is not a partner to this transaction. It simply merged its zoning lot, but Insight will be, and the fee owner. I mean, there's a ground lease there. I don't want to speak because I don't know enough about it between the ground, the fee owner and Insight as the ground lessee about whether they have any right to build another type of building there. But if they do, and they do it with an as of right building, with an as of right use, they will not have to ask us their permission to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. You've answered my questions. In the interest of the community, it sounds like it would be best or it sounds like Community Board 8 might be leaning towards wanting this to be zoned residential. But that is a long and difficult process. And I don't know the practicality of that, but what we have in front of us now is what we have to consider. So thanks very much. I appreciate it.
All right, let's go to Anthony Cohn.
Okay, thanks, Russell, and thanks, Shelley. The issue here is really the transfer of air rights, not the use in the resulting building. And so, as Michelle hinted at and others have hinted at, our beef is actually with the C8-4 zoning designation, not your good faith rule following, I think. And it's a shame that this stub of zoning that has been with us for actually a century remains to this day to reinforce Craig's point. I guess there's not really, the fact of the matter is it's a shame that we are going to end up with a storage facility where we could probably better do with an apartment house, but the apartment house is not allowed. So I think we're sort of trapped. That's as much a comment as a question. Thanks.
All right, let's go to Marco Tamayo.
Thank you. Probably many people, they don't understand when they say one zoning lot. What they put is together, different owners with different COOs, they put together and then they transfer their rights. They marry forever. This is a marriage that they cannot be undo in any time. That is forever. And each property can do whatever they want. That is a clarification for many people that they don't understand what it means, one zoning lot. The other point is, I'm going to refer that, Shelley, you should present the graphics, you should present the application properly, because probably half of the community board, they don't see the application and they are not aware of the application, and that you should be presented so everybody will be in the same condition to give an opinion. Now, the section 7221, finding required for variances. Let me quote the part that says, provided that as a condition to the grant of any such variance, the board shall make each and every one of the following findings. And I'm going to refer to the findings number E, quote, that within the intent and purposes of this resolution, the variance, if granted, is the minimum variance necessary to afford relief. To this end, the board may permit a lesser variance than that applied for. So now the point is, you're saying, since I can transfer, since I was granted the relief, I want to take more advantage of this process. And since the regulation said, well, I have the chance to sell the air rights. So I think you are taking more with this variance, you're taking even more benefits that you're supposed to have it. The variance is not to make you whole. That is the main point. The variance is not to make you whole completely. No, it's the minimum relief in order to cure some problems that you have for physical conditions that was created in this space. Usually it's the shape of the lot, which is in this case was not. But it's just only because since it's regulated as an open, the open space, not as a rear yard, and that's what you're coming from. My point of view is very clear. You cannot keep taking more advantage that you already has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Adam Wald next.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I have two quick questions. How are we going to be assured that the 13,700 will be the maximum transferred? Will you be recording a restrictive declaration that prohibits any further transfer from the school? And secondly, what's the consideration for, what is the total consideration of the 13,700 square feet?
Well, with all due respect, as you often hear with these land use applications, I think the consideration is irrelevant, and I'm not prepared to discuss that tonight with the community board.
I mean, it's going to be somewhat soon enough, though.
On the issue of guarantees that 13,700 will be the max. Once again, the BSA is going to modify its resolution to state that up to 13,700 square feet can be of our air rights can be used on the adjoining lot. If that number goes up, then we repeat this entire dance and come back once again and explain that fact. I think that's doubtful because I have had an opportunity to take a look at their bulk zoning regulations, and there is no way they could accommodate any more floor area within their as of right building envelope. So to take more floor area would simply trip the wire that they then required some form of variance or some such thing, which I very much doubt for a couple hundred square feet or whatever it would be warranted from their standpoint. So that's the other guarantee. They're committed to an as of right project, and 13.7 is as much as they could put in the as of right envelope.
Okay. All right, next let's go to Elaine Walsh.
Hi, Sherry.
Hello.
Shelley, it's been a long time. Adam, you asked one of the questions I wanted to know. What's the compensation? What's the cost and value of those air rights? And Charlotte, we should hear this tonight and not wait. The other concern I have is it's a lesson learned for us. Spence is going to the well twice. They got the variance for the rear yard, et cetera, et cetera. They built down below. And now they have the air rights, this amorphous thing that keeps going around that many years ago nobody thought of. And now they're going to make a benefit to themselves for that cost. But I don't hear anything being given to the community. And I don't want to hear about that when they did the original variance, the public schools were going to get to build the gym. You know, that also is a private deal that we don't know. But I'm going to oppose this because it's unclear what the school plans to do. They have gone to the well twice, and we see nothing from them. And therefore, I have serious questions. I remember this application, and you were digging down for whatever reason, and I recall that because it's a different issue.
That's
now,
right.
Spence as a nonprofit, it's cheaper to build down. As a nonprofit, doesn't pay the real estate tax, so it didn't have anything to do with the height because you don't tax on the basement. But it will be of interest. What is the taxes that this new facility will pay? And if it's a merged lot, how are they distinguishing the nonprofit sector of the lot and the commercial? And I'd like some explanation on how they're going to do that.
Okay. The fact that the tax laws are being merged does not change the fact that these will remain two individual tax lots. There will be a single zoning lot, but the original tax lots do not change. That means that their tax status does not change either, and that there will be, and that Spence will enjoy whatever benefits it enjoys as a not-for-profit 501c3, but the developer will and the fee owner will not gain the benefit of any of that. The original variance was predicated on the subsurface conditions. That's right. But if you recall, the delta, if we had to dig down to avoid that rear yard condition, was in excess of $5 million. So that's why the BSA exists, for those kind of hardships. The reason I disagree with your assertion that there's a double dip here is that the financial situation played no role. The numbers, aside from the hardship, played no role in the BSA concerns. This is as if what the BSA is asking us is as if they're asking us the question, well, if this transaction had existed at the time you were applying for your variance, would it have affected any of your arguments or any of our decisions? And our belief, and this is what the BSA will determine, is that they will ultimately find that if this transaction had occurred in 2017, it would not have made one bit of difference to any of the pertinent factors that went into the variance application.
But you claimed a hardship.
We claimed a
knowing he bought the property, knowing what the limitations were. And this is the same argument that the nonprofits make constantly. And other buildings. It was not a hardship. You claimed it. But right now you're going to benefit from the sale of air rights, for which you will not disclose the amount at this point. And it, to me, is a double dip. You got your hardship. You didn't have to, and we all know you had bought the property knowing the restrictions. Now you want to take the air rights and sell them. So that $5 million hardship, what's coming out of it? Sorry, I do not support this.
All right, let's go next to David Halpern.
I was also at the presentation for the variance, and I do remember how hard we all worked, Spence and the community board, to wind up with a building that would be appropriate with respect to the building next door with the lot line windows. I think Spence went out of their way to do the very best they could in that respect. I also think that it's important to support the institution. Spence students and faculty contribute in many ways to the city, which I'm not going to go through. We all know that the independent schools feel that kind of a commitment. I think that the zoning is something that we should respect. New York is a great place because we have a zoning resolution. We can produce buildings that are appropriate within the zoning resolution as of right, which many cities can't. And that's enabled us to have development. It's enabled us to have development, and it's also enabled us to have a lot of community facility development. In the case of Spence here, obviously they needed variance. We thought it was an appropriate use. We supported the school and we did it. I took a look at the website for the storage facility, and it's going to be a very attractive and contextual building. Also a matter of opinion, obviously, but as an architect, I think that they're clearly trying to do the right job contextually. I also think there's a need for this building. We're seeing so many new residential buildings, but what they don't do is provide any storage. The apartments tend to be smaller, and what's desperately needed is storage. And I think that this company has seen the need for real use. I think it's an appropriate use. It's appropriate under the zoning. And I think they're going to do something appropriate for the CB8 community by our habit storage facility. I also think that far from double dipping, what Spence is doing is making a contribution to the city, in the sense that if they sell the air rights and they preclude themselves from ever using it, by possibly going back and saying we would like to expand vertically. We now have 13,700 square feet of air rights on which a company is going to be paying taxes. If we didn't allow Spence to transfer that 13,700 square feet, we would say we don't want the taxes. So I think that Spence should get the benefit of being able to sell their air rights. I think the developer should be able to build the maximum within the zoning resolution. I think it's an appropriate use, and I think we should support Spence in having the change to this variance.
Let's go next to Rita Popper.
Two things. One, if you need an Avis car, they are now renting my garage, the garage in my building. So if you need an Avis car, it's on 92nd Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenue. But I raised my hand to call the question.
There is no resolution yet, so we don't have, so if you want to make a motion one way or the other.
I make a motion to accept the.
To approve.
To approve.
Okay. Just wait and see a second here.
Yeah, there's seconds.
Great, okay.
From me.
Let's go next to, so before I call on anybody a second time, I want to get through everybody once. Let's go to Chuck Warren.
Can you hear me now? I'd like to call the question.
Okay, is there a second?
Yes.
Yes, okay, all right. Anyone opposed to calling the question? Okay, there are not enough hands to prevent us from calling the question. So let's go to voting with the secretaries.
Anthony, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, sorry. So the motion on the floor is to approve the application by the Spence School for the transfer of air rights. And so those who are opposed, abstaining, or not voting for cause, if you would raise your hands. And we'll start to go through. And okay, so let me start with Sarah Chu.
I vote no.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Alita. You're unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Hey, who's up?
We can't hear you, Alita.
Does it take so long? No, you don't have to say anything if you're not.
Sorry, I had my phone muted. I vote no. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you. No problem. Ed?
Yeah, I vote no. Definitely no.
Oops, there you are. Okay, Ed votes no. I have Sharon Pope Marshall.
I vote no.
Sherry Weiner.
Sherry, go ahead and unmute.
Oh.
I vote no.
Craig Later.
I'm voting no.
Thank you, Craig. Tricia.
I vote no.
Vanessa Aronson.
No.
Rebecca Dangor.
No.
Elaine.
No.
Gail.
No.
May Malik.
No.
Where am I now? Oh, John Phillips.
I vote no.
Lowell, Barton,
No.
Lori, Boris,
No.
Marco,
No.
Jane Partial,
No.
Sandrea,
No.
Abraham,
Abraham's voting no.
that's a no. Okay, Lynn, Strong Shinosaki,
I abstain.
okay. Greg Morris,
No.
where am I? Elizabeth Ashby,
Abstain.
and for some reason I'm seeing Ed again. And why am I seeing Ed again?
You're seeing Ed again because I'm going to be the first one after I think the vote comes away, I think it is, to make a motion to disapprove of this application. Because I think the vote is that this thing's going down, and I'm going to be the first one to make a motion to disapprove of this application because I learned, because I think they can sell these rights. I want to get to Shelley. I want to ask Shelley that question. I think the Spence School can be sold now that it's merged. I want to answer that question, but I want to be the first to make the motion to disapprove. I want to find out. Michelle Birnbaum asked the question. Adam's nodding. That's what I want to find out. I think the Spence School can be sold out, and then they own all those air rights. Then they control it. That's why I'm voting no.
Okay. All right. So we will now. I'll tally up the votes and see where we are. I'm sorry, Michelle, did you vote yes or no? Someone could
Yeah, one second, Michelle.
Did not raise my hand.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, I'm just totaling up here.
Wilma is already gone.
Oh, okay.
It's okay.
And while we're tallying those votes, the last vote passed by a vote of 39 to 3 to 2.
Okay.
It's very close. I apologize for the delay.
That's all right. While we're waiting here, I'm going to try and save some time. I'm going to give one part of my chair's report that's coming up later. And the first part is just to thank Matt Bauer once again for the Welcome Back Saturdays, where I and a number of other folks from the community board were there. And these are events that they're doing to draw people's attention to the businesses on Madison Avenue in that business improvement district. And they have another event coming up this Saturday for folks with pets. Pets are welcome to go there. So I just encourage folks to check that out as well.
Okay, the vote as I have it is that there were 19 yes, 20 no, 2 abstaining, and so the motion, 20 to 20. With the 20. Okay.
So it doesn't pass. If it's 20 and 20, it doesn't pass. So is there a second to Ed's motion? Can we just get that clear here?
Alita, you're muted still on your phone.
Sorry, I second Ed's motion, but I think the calculations are wrong. Don't the abstentions count as no's or against the yeses? So it would be 19 to 22.
Sorry to speak out of turn, but there were two that weren't filled in.
Okay, so
I'm
it's
double checking.
21 to 20 to 2. So it's still, yes, it still fails 21 to 22.
Okay, so, all right, so should
So
we?
I second, sorry, Russell, I second.
Yeah, that's
I just
okay.
wanted to be
Second, that's
clear.
motion.
Yeah, if you didn't hear, yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
And, you know, if folks want to vote on it, let's go to Marco.
Call the question, please.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, all right, let's take it away, secretaries.
All right, so if you'd like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. All right, Wald,
No.
Warren,
I have to be unmuted.
We hear you. We hear you.
Okay. No. Sorry.
Dwyer,
No.
Meyerson,
No.
Agarwala,
No.
Schneider,
No.
Rami,
No.
Cause,
No.
Lynn,
Oh, Lynn, sorry. Lynn, unmute.
Abstain.
Michelle,
No.
David,
No.
Taina,
No.
Elizabeth Ashby,
Abstain.
Mrs. Brown,
No.
Anthony,
No.
Peter,
No.
Sandrea,
No.
Will Sanchez,
No.
Felice,
No.
Barbara Rudder,
No.
Greg Morris,
No.
May,
No.
Rita Popper,
No.
Carolina Tejo.
No.
All right. I will
Right,
go
Sarah.
to Sarah. I see Sarah now.
Can I ask to repeat the question that we're voting on?
It's a motion to disapprove.
Okay.
So yes means no, no means yes.
So I'm voting yes on that. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the question.
Okay.
Sharon,
Yes, I just want to clarify as well. So if you're in support of the motion, you don't have to raise your hand.
Correct. You're a vote. You're a yes vote unless you vote no.
Thank you. I'm a yes vote.
Jane,
Yeah, it just is very unclear. I'm opposed to the Spence application. So is that a yes?
That's a yes. It's
Yes.
a motion to disapprove.
Thank you.
all right.
Okay,
I will
so-
try and tabulate this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think we can move on to the next item because either there will be a disapproval motion that will have passed, or we will have had two dual motions that both failed to pass, and we'll basically have taken no action on it. So, all right, next item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda here. Is there a motion to do that, please? Yes, Barry's making a motion and Michelle is seconding. So is anybody opposed to that? Let's get all the hands down. I don't see anybody re-raising their hands, so let's move next to adoption of the minutes from the prior meeting. Rita Popper moves to do that. There's some seconds. I don't think anybody is opposed to that. Not enough hands to matter. Okay, so then next, we've already heard the Manhattan Borough President's report. So let's go right into elected officials' reports. And we're going to start with Terrell Brock.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Terrell Brock, and I'm a community liaison from State Senator Jose Serrano's office. On September 1st, 2021, Senator Serrano and his colleagues convened in Albany to extend the residential eviction moratorium, the Tenant Safe Harbor Act, the residential foreclosure moratorium, the eviction and foreclosure moratorium for small businesses, expand the COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program, and extend virtual meetings for state and local government. The legislation was promptly signed into law by Governor Kathy Hochul. The legislation S50001 and S50002 passed by the Senate majority will extend the residential and commercial eviction and foreclosure moratoriums to January 5th, 2021, expand the eviction protections in the COVID-19 emergency rental assistance program to residents of localities that have applied for assistance through a program administered by a locality that opted out of the statewide program, extend the period covered by the Tenant Safe Harbor Act to January 5th, 2022, increase the appropriation for CRAP from 2.35 billion to 2.6 billion, and amend the appropriation to allow these funds to be allocated to residents of localities that opted out of the statewide program. It will also increase the hardship fund from 100 million to 250 million and provide for the fund to be used for tenants whose incomes are between 80% to 120% AMI, landlords whose tenants vacated their property with rent unpaid, and landlords whose tenants are unresponsive or cooperative. Tenants can also apply to New York State COVID Rental Assistance Program through the link on our website, and should feel free to contact our office if they require further assistance. If anyone has any questions for our office, please feel free to contact us at 212-828-5829 or email us at serrano@nysenate.gov, and we are still taking PPE requests. Have a good one now.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Courtney from Rebecca Seawright's office.
Courtney, you don't have an audio synced. So I don't have anything to unmute.
All right, we're going to go to Audrey first, and then we will go back to Courtney. Audrey from Senator Krueger.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Just very quickly, two announcements that I think are of concern. One is about the rats. I'm sure you have heard about this, Will, too, from people particularly who live in the upper 70s and the 80s about the proliferation of rats. Liz has definitely written, and she's got, she'll have folks co-sign it, a letter to the Department of Health asking that they pay particular attention to the area. However, we really strongly encourage you and your neighbors and your friends and the restaurateurs to call 311. They're definitely using an algorithm. The more calls they get about a specific area, the more likely they are to come and confront the problem. So please call 311. We'll send the notice, but it will really help get some attention if people call 311. The other issue that we want to talk about is, as you know, there's an election. There are a lot of citywide offices. However, there are also 5 ballot initiatives on the that will be considered on election day. So in order for people to become better informed about those questions, we are having a town hall, a virtual town hall on October 7th. That's Thursday evening, October 7th, between 7 and 8:30. Liz will be monitoring a discussion with the Deputy Director of Environmental Advocates of New York, as well as the Democracy Council Project from the Brennan Center, so that people can be better informed about those ballot initiatives. We'll send the information and details to Will to distribute amongst you. Thank you very much and have a good night. Bye-bye.
Let's go next to Courtney from Senator Seawright's office.
Hi there, my name is Courtney Pharisee. I'm representing New York State Assembly member Rebecca Seawright.
Assemblymember Seawright is proud to have been appointed chair of the Assembly Majority Steering Committee by Speaker Hasty. She's committed to being a strong voice to unify her majority conference and is putting together her legislative package for January. Assemblymember Seawright was disappointed to hear of the decision today by the City Planning Commission and remains united with the community in opposition to the Blood Center Tower. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, Assemblymember Seawright reports that the investigation of former Governor Cuomo is wrapping up and a report will be released to the public soon. Our office has a new app for iPhone and iPad, which is available to download in the App Store. It's one of the many ways you can keep up with our office on the latest news, events, legislation, live stream, and social media. Come to our district office tomorrow to get your flu shot from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and for our no-cost PPE giveaway from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Please always consider our office a resource with our no-cost housing legal clinic and our walk-in notary service. We'll see you out there this weekend at the Lexington Avenue Street Fair between 84th and 85th Streets and on Roosevelt Island at the Fall for Arts Festival at South Point Park. As always, you can reach us at 212-288-4607 or by email at crightr@nyassembly.gov, or you can visit us at our district office at 1485 York Avenue between 78th and 79th Streets. Thank you so much.
Rebecca, you have vote results?
Yes, so this resolution also failed by a vote of 18 to 23 to 2.
Thanks. All right, let's go next to Violet. Gara, or Councilwoman Powers.
Hi, everyone. This is Violet from Councilmember Keith Powers' office. Want to second the comment about the rat. Also, sorry for any background noise. Hopefully, everyone here knows at this point, if you file a 311 complaint, please forward the reference number to our office. We'd be glad to try to coordinate with the agency, expedite anything we can, and get you a response about the results from any DOH or DOT or DOB inspection. So if you do see a really significant rat population, you file a 311 complaint, don't forget to forward our office the reference number so that we can be aware and coordinate with DOH about a response. In news from City Hall last month, mayoral candidate and Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams, Councilmember Powers and Mark Levine sponsored legislation calling upon the Department of City Planning to remove outdated dancing restrictions that put unfair burdens on smaller bars and restaurants. Councilmember Powers also passed legislation to improve the pedestrian experience and strengthen public safety measures in Times Square. Additionally, Councilmember Powers has focused on addressing the crisis at Rikers Island and across our city's correctional facilities. For those who haven't heard yet, a 12th inmate passed away just this morning. So 2 weeks ago, he held an emergency meeting with agency heads to create an immediate plan of action. Last week, led a City Council Criminal Justice Committee hearing to address the conditions. One death is far too many. So Councilmember Powers is committed to ensuring that no more lives are lost in our city's correctional facilities. Next month, Councilmember Powers' office will be hosting a free bike helmet fitting and distribution event for children with the Department of Transportation. We don't have a date set in stone yet, but the second we do, I'll make sure to give everyone a heads up. Should be a fun way for kids to get a new helmet and for families to celebrate some wonderful biking opportunities we have here in the city. And last, really quickly, the East Side Coastal Resiliency Project is calling for artwork from K through 12 students and local New York City artists to potentially win a cash prize and for their work to be displayed along the construction fencing along the ESCR project. So I'll post that information in the chat and send it to Will. And thank you, Russell, and thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Ed, I see you have your hand up. I gather this is probably about the last item we were talking about in the resolution, so go ahead.
I'm not sure if it's a point of order or information, but we have an applicant in front of us. Shelley, you're still here. I know you're still here. You have your photo up, but I know you're here and listening. You've come before us now, and this board has voted against an approval and voted against a disapproval, which I'm still trying to figure out, but whatever it may be. I don't know how that presents down at BSA. And frankly, if I can finish, if I may finish, I know you're trying to push us along, but if we may finish, I know we spent all that time on Robert's rules, which were so pressing, but this is a matter of an applicant with a lot of money at stake for 13,700 square feet of space. And I think it's important for us to address that community issue. So if I may, the question is, what do we as a board wish to do? Because I will frankly say, with all due respect to each and every one of us, that it looks a little silly. So we need to make a decision which way we're going to go here. It looks, thank you, Adam. Thank you. It's amazing. Adam and I are on the same side. But, you know, I pick a side here. And if we may, and since Shelley, I know you're here, I would like to get an answer to my question because I think it will shape how we decide this. And that is the question of feasibly, if it is legally possible, once the zoning lot is merged, not the tax lot, but the zoning lot. Is it legally possible? Not probable, will it happen, any of that nonsense. Is it legally possible for the co-owners on that zoning lot, if I heard Shelley talking to Michelle Birnbaum correctly, they both now share these zoning rights, they're married forever. And can one spouse buy out the other? I.e., could one of the spouses just simply buy the other? Could Spence be bought out by their neighbor? And could that entity then own and control the remaining air rights? That I don't know. That's a question I thought
let's get the answer. Okay, let's get the answer to that question, and then I will answer your other question.
The answer to Ed's question, he knows I'm not a matrimonial lawyer, but I'll try anyway, is that Spence is going to retain sole ownership of the unsold air rights. And there will never, and under no condition could there be a transfer of those air rights without another conveyance, another purchase and sale agreement, you know, and if Spence went into a transaction like that, Ed, the developer would still have to come to either the Board of Standards and Appeals or to City Planning with some application to use them. But
no. So okay.
No, Russell, please, if I may, let Shelley finish because I have a response. Please, Russell, if I may.
You may not. You're out of order, Ed. The answer is you're out of order. So I'm not trying to interrupt Shelley, but I'm trying to move the meeting along because we've now address this issue. So Shelley, if you have more to say on that, please go ahead.
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so what we did was, and there's ample precedent for this, we don't do it a lot, but it does happen. This is not a new circumstance. We did not pass a resolution to approve this application, and we did not pass a resolution to disapprove this application. So that means that we are effectively taking no action on the application to BSA. It's essentially equivalent to us we're not going to send them anything. It's as if we hadn't, met on it and weren't going to provide them any information. We have done this in the past. There are plenty of other times when we've had a situation where neither a resolution in favor nor a resolution opposed to something could pass. So those are the alternatives. We voted on them both. The vote is the vote. How it makes the board look, that's out of our hands in light of how we voted here. So that's just really what it is. So as a matter of order, there's just not really more for us to do on this. And I think sort of any further argument on resolutions that we've already voted on is out of order. So we just got to move to the next item.
Thank you all for your time and good night. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Okay. All right, let's, I'll go to Elizabeth if you have a question about this.
Thank you, Russell. I actually just wanted to make a suggestion to Shelley. I don't feel comfortable calling you by your first name, but I don't know the whole thing. Which is, it sounds like some of my colleagues feel that Spence was given a variance to go down, which therefore used less of the air rights, the development rights that they had, or that they would have had they not gone down. And Spence might do well in this if they wanted approval.
Sorry
to
to interrupt,
give
but
up
Shelley is left.
effectively. Okay, but
He's
that
gone.
was all.
I would say,
I just wanted to give that suggestion to Spence that it, the way to avoid the double dip here is for them to give up the air rights or to sort of permanently encumber that they cannot use any air rights that
Right. I think it's a,
would have used had they
that's-
gone up instead of down.
that's advice that I think we'll provide offline. So we've done everything we can on this item. So let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. So I will be as brief as I can here. First of all, so we've already heard, it's been mentioned by other folks that the CPC did approve the blood center proposal. I would just observe that the fight on that is not over. So for folks who are listening, there's still more to be done. So I just want to put that out there, and the community board will continue to fight on that. There are a few other things I want to mention. So just want to acknowledge that this past Sunday, as part of CB8 City Canvas program of bringing arts events to our community district, there was a play reading of a new Irish play, My Bedsit Window, at James Cagney Place. It was a fantastic performance. It was really a very nice event, and it was put on by the Origin Theater Company, which is led by former CB8 member Mick Malamphy. So I just want to thank the Arts Committee for all of their hard work in putting that together, and thank Origin Theater Company for participating in that. And I just want to say, everyone, please keep an eye out for upcoming City Canvas events. And then I want to note that we have a street fair coming up this Sunday. So we actually participated in a street fair, our usual tabling, 2 weeks ago at a street fair, and it was very successful. So thank you very much to the folks who volunteered to do that. We could still use some more volunteers for this Sunday. So I'm encouraging folks, if you are comfortable doing it, and I understand that not everybody is, and if you don't feel comfortable, then of course, do not volunteer. But for folks who do feel comfortable, it would be great to get some more volunteers for that. And we can put the sign up. He'll send that around again. But basically, it is possible for 2 people to staff a table in a socially distanced manner. And if you would like to staff a table for a shift by yourself, let us know, and we can talk about that also. So with that, I will turn it over to Will for a district manager's report.
Be very, very brief. On Monday, we have 2 new community associates starting that you all voted on at the land use committee meeting. The 2 individuals we're very excited, Mohima and Zachary. They will be starting. That also means that our consultant that we've been using since pre-pandemic, Murat, will be leaving us very soon. So we want to thank him for all of his great work. If you ever work with the Campaign Finance Board, you'll see him again. He has accepted a full-time job there, and we're very proud of him and very excited for what he's going to do next. We've also had a fantastic intern for the last several months, Leo, who will be joining the Zoning and Development Committee as a public member. We also just want to thank him and all of his great work. And then for all the comments that we had about rats, there will be a rat academy that CB8 is sponsoring with the Environment and Sanitation Committee and the Department of Health. It will be on November 16th at 4 p.m. So save the date. And that's my report.
Thank you. All right, next up, we are going to select a nominating committee. So for folks to understand what this is, every year the community board elects officers, and the process for who serve a 1-year term beginning that runs from January 1st to
Okay,
December 31st.
I'm not on camera.
No, but you're unmuted, Anthony.
Oh, good. Great. Put the water up.
No, let's mute Anthony, please. So the process is here at the September meeting, we will select a nominating committee of 7 people. The nominating committee will interview candidates for the various officer positions and make recommendations at our October meeting. At the October meeting, it will be possible, in addition for the candidates reported out by the nominating committee, board members will be able to nominate candidates from the floor. And then at the November meeting, contested positions will be, well, I guess all the positions are voted on. So that is the process. So the first step of that is the nominating committee. So there will need to be 7 people on it. See, we have some hands to make nominations. So I will call on folks, and if we have more than 7 nominations, then we will vote to come out with 7 people. So Rebecca Dangler.
I have a brief comment and then a nomination. If you want to run for an office, you just have to email whoever the chair of the nominating committee is after this meeting. But I nominate Felice, if she accepts.
And could you use the thumbs up or the yes button if you do? She just said yes.
Okay. One other thing for folks to be aware of is if you can't run for something and also be on the nominating committee. So if you want to run for something, don't accept a nomination to be on the nominating committee. Let's go next to Barry Schneider.
Chuck Warren.
Warren,
Chuck Warren.
He agreed.
Okay. Oh, and one other point. So the reason that the 2020 nominating committee is listed there is you can't be on the nominating committee 2 years in a row. So the folks who are listed as having been on the nominating committee in 2020 are not eligible to be on the nominating committee this year. Ed Hartzog.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ashby.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth Ashby.
Elizabeth?
Elizabeth, I'm going to unmute you so you can just verbally. Do you accept?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Barbara Rudder.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Kaz, Letty. Did you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he approved. Okay, so let's go next to Taina Barrero.
Greg Later.
Marco Tamayo.
Elaine Wash.
Elaine, give a thumbs up. Elaine, I'm going to unmute you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Can I nominate another person or no?
No.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Or she could have, but you're.
Okay, let's go to Valerie Mason. Or sorry, does Elaine, do you have your hand up to?
She did. Yeah, she had her hand up earlier.
Oh, okay, sorry. So let's go to Elaine first.
Okay. Rita Popper.
Rita? Rita, are you saying no to that?
No, it said yes. I just got to.
Oh, okay, great.
Valerie Mason.
Hi, I'd like to nominate Michelle Birnbaum.
Michelle said yes.
Alita Camp.
Hi, I'd like to nominate Sherry Weiner.
Sherry? Yep.
Gail Barron.
I'd like to nominate Alita Camp.
Alita? Okay, I'll accept. Take that as a yes. Okay,
great. Carolina Tejo.
Can one self-nominate?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to say that it's always the same clique of people year in and year out. So
All right.
I was looking for somebody else to nominate.
Okay. Mrs. Brown.
I'd like to nominate Sharon Pope Marshall, please.
She said yes.
Peter Patch.
Peter, you can unmute.
Anthony, I'm sorry. I'd like to nominate Anthony Cohn.
Anthony, would you like to? He's saying no.
Jane Parshall.
Jane, go ahead and mute. Sorry.
Carolina Tejo.
I assume you accept.
Okay, Lori Boris.
I was just going to nominate Carolina Tejo, so that's fine.
Okay.
Jane already did it.
Okay, so we have the nominees. So Rebecca, do you want to run through how the voting is going to work?
Yeah, we just have to make sure that we're listing them.
I'll put them in.
Okay, great. I have them. If you could do that, I can just walk through. I'll let Anthony take this one. I think it's his turn, but since it is a roll call vote, I just ask everyone to not list all the names insanely quickly because we want to make sure to catch what everyone is saying.
So the process here is going to be that every person is going to vote and every person is going to pick 7 names, and then the secretaries will record the vote, and then at the end we'll know who the 7 top vote getters essentially will be the nominating committee. Abraham, go ahead.
I was just going to ask if it's not too much trouble for the people that are nominated that have served previously, not last year, obviously, if we could like get a tally, like for example, how many times person X has previously served on nominating committees.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's sure. Let's if we could just unmute them and folks can just and all you. Let's limit everybody. Just say the number of times you've done it.
Elizabeth, you're unmuted. You can go ahead. Elizabeth Ashby.
Have you been on the nominating committee before, Elizabeth?
Yes, many years ago I was.
How many times do you remember or have an idea?
One or two, I would say.
Okay. Michelle, have you been on the nominating committee before? How many times?
Oh, sorry, Michelle. Give me 1 second to unmute you.
I know once for sure, and possibly 2. I'm not sure.
Okay. Alita?
Zero.
Felice?
Zero.
Craig?
Once.
Sharon?
Sharon Pope Marshall, you can unmute.
I'm sorry. I think it's either once or 0, but I think it's 0. I don't think I've served on a nominating committee before.
Okay. Rita?
once or twice?
Carolina.
One time.
Cos. How many times?
Once.
Chuck.
I think twice.
Sherry.
0.
Okay. All right. So let's start doing the roll call vote here.
Anthony, you can go ahead and unmute. Sorry.
No, it's quite all right since I'm not even sure how we're going to record these. All right, so let's start with Agarwala.
All right, calling the new guy first, huh?
Well, that's because your name is Zoltan
I know. I'm
Zizici.
kidding. All right, so I guess I'm gonna vote for, and I'm just listing 7 that I'm picking out of this group, right?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Spagnoletti, Tejo, Warren.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have Vanessa Aronson.
Haha, I'm not first anymore. Ashby, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Wiener. Is that, no, hold on.
That's
I don't know how to count.
4, 5. That's 6. You get one more.
Oh, that's 6. Oh, Popper.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. And then we have Elizabeth.
Ashby, Camp, Farber, Popper, Wiener, Birnbaum.
One more.
You don't have to choose all 7.
No, you do not.
That's true.
Okay. Gail Barron.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Hopper, Wiener.
Thank you, Gail. Lowell Barton.
Okay, Felice, Elizabeth, Sharon, Michelle, Lita, Chuck, and Kaz.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Maybe last names would be helpful.
Felice Farber, Elizabeth Ashby, Sharon Pope Marshall, Lita
Right.
Camp,
Yes.
Michelle Birnbaum, Chuck Warren, Kaz.
2, 4, 6, 7. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Michelle Birnbaum.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Wiener, Popper, Farber, Tejo, Camp.
Thank you, Michelle. And we have Boris.
Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, Spagnoletti, Warren.
Okay. And then we have, oops, let's see something that's happening here. Alphabetically, Ferrero,
Ashby, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, Warren.
okay, thank you. Mrs. Brown,
Faber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, and Weiner.
okay. That's Brown. Okay, now we have Alita.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, Weiner. Is that 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we have, oops, Barbara's not here. Chu.
Oh, sorry. Chu had to get on a phone call and she left me her votes. They are Ashby, Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo. And she just like 2 minutes ago.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, and then me. Oh, let's see. I'm voting for Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, and Weiner. I think that was 7. Okay. Next, we have Andrea Coleman.
Okay, hopefully I'm getting this right. Ashby, Camp, Popper, Pope Marshall, Tejo. Am I saying that right? I heard some first names, so I don't want to mess it up. A Kaz, was Kaz listed?
Yes, he was.
Right, okay. And Felice?
And Felice. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca.
Well, maybe you should fill this one out for me. Felice, Warren, Later, Spagnoletti, Birnbaum, Pope Marshall, Camp. I think that's 7.
2, 4, 6, 7. Yes, indeed. All right. And next we have, oops, Felice Farber.
Camp, Farber, Latter, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, and Warren.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Camp, Farber, Latter, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, and Warren.
Okay. Ed Hartzog.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Pope Marshall, Popper, Weiner.
Okay, you have one more if you want one. Won't have to.
Cause.
Okay. Thank you, Ed. David Halpern.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Later, Popper, Spagnoletti, Warren.
Thank you, David. Next,
Wait, I think you missed one.
did I?
Yeah.
No, I have 7. Did you get 7 from me?
No, I got 6. Was
I got
Spagnoletti in there?
7.
Oh, you did,
Yes.
okay.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, later, Popper, Spagnoletti, Warren.
Yes. Okay, and then we have, Wilma Johnson.
She left.
She left, okay, oh, sorry. And I've got, then we have Craig later.
Barber, later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Spagnoletti, Tejo, Warren.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Craig. Then I have, oops, someone who's here, May Malik.
So I've got 5 names: Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, and Tejo.
Okay, thank you. Valerie Mason.
Okay, wait a second, sorry. Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, and Warren.
Tejo and Warren. Okay. That's Valerie. Then we have Evan Meyerson. No, is he here?
Camp, Farber, Later, Tejo, Spagnoletti, Warren. Is that 7?
It sounds like 6. Yes, it's 6. Tejo, Spagnoletti. And you don't have to vote for 7 if you don't want.
Well, I haven't met most of you yet, so it's almost unfair. I'd vote for Tejo twice out of respect for her nominating herself, but I don't think I can do that. Ashby, first on the list.
Ashby, okay. That's great. Thank you. Greg Morris.
Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Spagnoletti, and Wiener.
Interesting. Okay. Jane.
Sorry, I didn't get the last ones of that.
Okay, it was Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Spagnoletti, and Wiener. I'm getting a thumbs up from Greg. Okay, Jane Parker.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Later, Popper, Warren, Spagnoletti, Tejo.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Peter Patch.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, and Wiener.
Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, and Wiener. Thank you, Peter. John Phillips.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Later, Wiener, Spagnoletti, and Tejo.
Okay. Later, Spagnoletti, Wiener, and Tejo. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yes, thank you. Now I've got, Sharon, Pope Marshall.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Warren, and Wiener.
Okay, thank you.
Then, oops, I lost something. And next alphabetically is Rita.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Later, Hope Marshall, Warren, and Tejo.
Okay. Thank you, Rita. Then I've got, let's see, go down one more. Elizabeth Rose.
Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Spagnoletti, Weiner.
Weiner. Okay. Thank you. Then I have Barbara Rudder.
Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Tejo, Spagnoletti, Warren.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have, so where do we go? Oh, Abraham Salcido.
Okay. Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, Spagnoletti, and Weiner.
Okay. Racing there. And now Sanchez.
Ashby.
Ashby. Camp.
Later.
Later, okay.
Pope.
Yep.
Sherry Weiner.
Yep.
Tejo. And the great Chuck Warren.
Okay. And Barry Schneider.
Yeah, thank you. Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, Spagnoletti, Warren.
Okay, thank you. Tricia Shimamura.
Camp, Farber, Later, Hope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, and Ashby.
And Rita. Okay. And then we have lost you. Oh, Rami Siegel.
Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo, Warren.
Okay. Then we have Cost, Spagnoletti.
Camp, Faber, Later, Popper, Tejo, Warren, Cos.
I'm sorry, Camp, Later, Farber, Popper, you.
Tejo, and Warren.
And Warren. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Then Russell.
Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Spagnoletti, Tejo, Warren.
Okay. Strong Shinazaki.
Ashby, Spagnoletti, Tejo, Later, Popper, Farber, Weiner.
Farber, Weiner. Okay. Then Marco.
Thank you, Anthony. Ashby, Birnbaum, Weiner, Spagnoletti, Camp, Tejo, Farber.
Thank you, Marco. Carolina Tejo.
Farber, Later, Tejo, Spangaletti.
Okay. Adam, Wald,
Camp, Later, Popper, Tejo, and Warren.
okay. Elaine,
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Popper, and Weiner.
and Chuck, Warren,
Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Spagnoletti, Tejo, and Warren.
okay. And finally, last but not least, Sherry Weiner.
Ashby, Birnbaum, Camp, Farber, Pope Marshall, Popper, and Weiner.
And Weiner. Okay. Now we have to do some arithmetic. So carry on.
At the bottom of the vote sheet.
Is it? Okay, hang on. I got to expand the vote sheet.
Are we going to know like imminently or
Yeah,
should we-
within like
Oh,
the next...
we have it.
Okay. Wait a minute. Where is it? All the way down. Really? Oh, here we, no, I don't. Is it all the way over on the side, maybe? No, I don't know where it is.
It's at the very bottom. Somebody check my math, but I think I have the top 7 there.
Okay, I actually do not see it.
Rebecca, you see it at the bottom?
Yeah, I think anyone can,
Yeah.
whoever has it should just say it.
I got it. So we have Ashby, Camp, Farber, Later, Pope Marshall, Popper, Tejo. I believe that's 7.
Camp, Later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Popper and Tejo would be 7. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So the procedure now is the 7 folks on the nominating committee will go to a breakout room to select a chair. And as soon as you're ready, you'll come back. And in the meantime, I think we'll proceed with the rest of the meeting here.
So I wasn't elected. Okay, Craig was.
Gonna make sure everybody's muted really quickly.
So we're going to start with the, well, why don't we do the, I'm sorry, who are the 7 people who went in?
They haven't gone yet. I have to, unless we, if it's better, if they can stay, we can just do that at the very end of the meeting.
Okay, that's fine too. Okay, so let's go now to the Transportation Committee. So I will turn it over to Chuck and Craig.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone.
We have 2 items, 2 action items here. And Craig, do you want to do the first item?
Sure. The first item regarded Senate bill, a New York State Senate bill that was introduced by Senator Liz Krueger regarding leaving the scene of an accident involving an electric scooter or e-bike. Essentially, it would be legislation that would impose comparable penalties for people who are on electric scooters or e-bikes that cause bodily harm to people, similar to how people who are driving motor vehicles are penalized. And it was a vote of 15 yes and 1 no.
Okay, why don't we take the second one, because unless anyone wants to vote, because we might be able to take them together. The second item which was item 3, and it was an application of HJ Opco LLC for drop-off and pickups at 3 shared bus stops. And it's 1081 Lexington Avenue at 76th Street, 954 Lexington Avenue at 70th Street, and 1375 3rd Avenue at 64th Street. And what this was is really Hampton Jitney is taking over the routes that were that had been the Hampton luxury liner, and they're the same stops and the same routes. And we approved this unanimously because we had gone, those are routes that had been decided before and that had already come before the committee. And so that was really approved essentially 16-0, and also 1 public member supporting. So those were our two items, and they were basically, I think, pretty non-controversial. I don't know if anybody has any comments or wants to make a motion.
You have 2 hands up. You have Marco and then Rita Popper.
Okay, Marco.
Thank you, Chuck. Motion to approve both, if it's possible.
Okay, you want to call the question on both?
Yes, I would like to call the question. Thank you.
Okay, and there's a second there?
It's Ed Hartzog, second.
Okay. Anybody against that? Okay. So why don't the secretaries call the roll on both?
If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, both items pass unanimously with, I believe it's a vote of 42-0, but I'll double check.
Did they challenge that?
I don't know.
Chuck.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, they did. The Yankees had already done ahead by.
Okay, are we waiting on results, or can we move to the next? Okay, let's go to the next report, which is going to be housing. So I will turn over to Ed and Greg.
Thanks, Russell. Greg, I've been talking so much this meeting, I'll let you carry the load here.
I mean, I don't know how much there is to report. Our last meeting was in July. There was a specific resolution brought forward during that time. I think the focus has been on trying to figure out within the housing committee structure, what are the strategies, tangible strategies, actual strategies that we can take as a committee to step forward and to try to ensure one of the district items from last year, one of the needs assessment items in the district, more affordable housing. So we've been having, I think, some good conversations. And in the minutes, you can see the things that we're talking about and trying to digest. There was a particular resolution that was brought forward related to preventing evictions. And specifically, it was money from the feds had been directed to the governor's office. And so we were thinking we need to make a statement to say, let's prevent these evictions. And when we did that. Now, the reason I'm sort of pausing at this point is because in early September, our new governor has since taken some action steps to be able to address some of the eviction concerns that existed. So Ed, perhaps you have some thoughts about this. I don't know if we need to put something forward at this because it's already been sort of addressed by the governor.
Yeah, and you have to forgive us. I'm sure everybody reads the paper and knows what's going on. I mean, a more fluid, I think, is one way to describe state government the last few months. Fluid for a variety of reasons. And on the housing front, I think everybody now has gotten the memo or has seen the papers about this. There is just this enormous amount of money sitting, and no one can get their hands on it. And there's really no better way to describe it. It's a host of finger pointing, and it's their problem, and they did the problem. I think what we'd like to do is find a way to better inform all of you and everybody in the community as to what you can do if you need this rental assistance. Variety of people will need it. The eviction moratorium, it's, again, I wish we could be more specific, but you know, it's ever evolving. Next week, maybe we'll have some people in to be a little more informative, I think is a better way to put it, as to where we are, what's happening, how those resources are getting to you. For those of you who are having issues getting resources or getting in touch with anybody at HPD or any of these organizations or agencies, obviously, of course, Senator Krueger, Senator Serrano, all of our state representatives. But if you have them, you know, Will, Greg, myself, please email us, hartzog@cb8m.com, and let us know. But come next week, we will have a meeting. Forgive us for the agenda being a little fluid again. It's ever evolving. So anyway, that's kind of our report. I wish we had something a little more concrete for you, no pun intended. But that's kind of where we are, Greg, unless you have something more since what we did in July.
I see some hands up, I guess. That's
Sure.
where I guess we go next.
Yeah, sure.
I see Marco.
Marco, yeah, Marco.
Thank you. I would like to call the question.
Okay, I don't know if there's anything to call a question on, but
You guys have a resolution in your minutes.
okay.
Yeah, it was addressed by the governor, so I guess yes.
Yeah. I mean, you can't. Yeah, sure. It's sure.
Oh, I second that. So let's.
Oh, okay. All right, then I guess Adam, you were seconding. No. You had something. Card trick. Yes, something interesting, Adam.
No, I was just going to say, when it comes to the IRAP program, that the issue before was that the money wasn't being allocated quick enough, but the governor now said that there's only 2 weeks left of money.
Right.
So you're going to need to go to the feds to get. So
Right.
you know, it's like everything with
Yeah,
COVID. It's
I
a
mean,
bottleneck, and then it's gone.
Yeah.
I tend to be a little more optimistic on that front, because whatever the legislature can pass, they can unpass and redo. So I always presume that political pressure will always trump deadlines that are in statutes. But I remain optimistic.
The money's going to be gone in 2 weeks. It's going to run out in 2 weeks.
Gonna run out.
Yeah, I understand that. You know, yes, I get that. It's amazing, you know, how reappropriations can happen for money that has been spent, but that's a different discussion. I get it.
You know who I hear this from.
I know.
Well, luckily we have a meeting next week, so there'll be a lot to talk about.
Yes.
All right. Well, so the question has been called. So I would say we should.
Okay.
Head to the voting.
All right.
I'm going to lower all the hands that are currently up.
Okay, yeah, please do. All right, so anyone who is voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, please raise your hands. Okay, so we've got Agarwala. Rohit.
I just want to, I think this is more a point of order. What is the resolution? I'm reading the notes, I'm reading the minutes, and I have 3 whereases, and then therefore be it resolved that this resolution is approved. I'm not sure what the resolved is.
Yeah, sorry about
It's
that.
really the third whereas, I would say.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, it's the third part. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, yes.
I was
Does
gonna say,
that-
Rit, you
Okay.
muted yourself. Were you?
Yeah, all right, that's fine. That's helpful. I guess we just need to perhaps a friendly amendment that therefore be it resolved to replace that third whereas.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay.
Michelle?
No.
Michelle, you-
Hello?
Michelle said no.
No.
Oh, okay, no, okay. So then we're done.
Mrs. Brown.
No, Ms. Brown.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Brown.
No.
Okay, fine. And there being no other hands up, It is, the resolution passes. The exact count, not absolutely sure, but 42 to 0 to 0.
I don't know.
It's 2 abstentions with a total of 42 people present.
Oh, okay. So
All
then
right.
it's 38 2 to 2. Sorry.
Okay, let's turn next to the Street Life Committee and Abraham. Thank you, guys.
Okay, hi everyone. This should be relatively straightforward. On Street Life Committee, we had 8 unanimous approvals, all reflected there on the agenda. Do I have any hands or requests to take these all together?
Thank you, Abraham. I would like to call the question unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a question, motion to take them all together. Does anyone object to taking them all together?
Yeah, lower hands.
Okay, good. Then do I have anyone?
You have 2 hands up.
Okay.
Abraham, you got muted. Sorry. I don't know.
There you go. Okay. Great. So Barry.
Call the question.
Great. And I will second that, but I see several other hands, which I assume are also seconding. Okay, anyone opposed to calling the question? Seeing none. In that case, secretaries, take it away.
If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Seeing none, all items pass unanimously by a vote of 42 to 0 to 0.
Great, thank you.
Okay, next will be the Street Fairs Committee, and Barbara's not here, and I think Wilma is no longer on the Zoom, so I will take this one. So there were 3 items that were unanimously approved, item 2, item 3, and item 4. So we could potentially take all of those together if somebody wanted to. Chuck?
I'd like to call the question on those 3.
Okay. And
Michelle seconded.
Great. Okay. Is anybody opposed to that? No. Okay. All right. Secretaries.
Okay. Anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, if you would raise your hand. I see Rita's hand is up.
Mistake.
Okay. Give everybody another second. Rita's hand just keeps popping up, but we'll just. And okay, so we're all punchy, but that appears to have passed. The 3 street fair resolutions taken as a group have passed unanimously.
Those are the 3 unanimous ones. So then there's still 2 others, which were not unanimous, so we can run through these. So item 1 is the Brick Church Pancake Breakfast. It's 92nd Street between Park and Madison. It's going to be September 19th. So we're essentially voting to approve it retrospectively. Is there any commentary or action on this? Alita?
Russell, for the 2 that were not unanimous, do you know why they weren't unanimous? Are you able to fill us in on what the
So Michelle has her
controversy
hand
was?
up, and she was the no vote, so she can tell us.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, my recollection is I voted no on that pancake breakfast. I think this was the first time they were doing it. And I have to say, I have to look back. My recollection was that we don't need another. The Brick Church already has street closures, and, you know, not a street fair, but whatever their occasion is, they already have street closures. And this was just a public event celebrating autumn. And I just didn't think it was appropriate to allot another street closure to an institution that already has, I think, 2 of them. And this was new, so this had never happened before. So I just didn't think it was necessarily appropriate.
Okay, while we have you, because I think the same question is going to come up for item 5. So do you want to let us know?
Let me look at it and see what
This
it is.
was Carnegie Hill Neighbors Spooktacular.
Yeah, this is every year. I am always a minority vote on this, but every year they have, it's a Halloween party. And every year I have maintained that while it's very charming and it's fun and it's nice, there are many streets that may want to do this, and not having that street closed wouldn't affect this event at all, because the kids are there, they go from house to house on the sidewalk, and I don't see that it's necessary to close the street off to traffic on that day. And I could easily see why other streets might ask for the same. It's Halloween, and so that could create a problem. So I traditionally vote against this.
Okay. Rami.
I'm calling the question on the one that was in the past, item 1.
Okay. Valerie seconds. No, Valerie wants to, Valerie's not seconding. Does someone else, is there a second on that? I can't, yeah, Barbara's seconding, so there are seconds. Okay, anyone opposed to calling the question?
Valerie is. I'm gonna lower the hands.
Okay, secretaries.
All right, so this is for street fairs, item 1. If you would like to vote no, abstain, or not vote for cause, please raise your hand. Michelle.
No.
Valerie.
I'd like to, I just want to make a point of order. Michelle is incorrect. That wasn't a breakfast that was just to celebrate fall. It was our congregation coming back for the first time.
Okay, all right.
So I'm going to abstain because I am a trustee of the church and an elder of the church.
I think unless you're conflicted, well, it's up to you. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I mean,
I think unless you're conflicted out, I actually don't think that's a conflict, but it's up to you.
well, okay, it's fine. Then I won't, you're right. There's no financial benefit from
Right.
the fair, but
So yeah, so go ahead. What's your vote here? What's your final decision?
I'm gonna vote in favor of it. It was an excellent event.
Excellent. All right.
Rami.
Oh, I was moving on, but.
Okay, I think that's all.
Sorry, then let me just quickly say that the item passes with a vote of 41 to 1 to 0.
Okay, so yes, item 5, Carnegie Hill Neighbors Spooktacular, Rami.
Call the question.
Okay, I'm going to second that. And there is Michelle seconded also. Okay. Anyone opposed to calling the question? I don't think so. So let's go ahead and vote, secretaries.
Okay, anyone voting no, abstaining, or not voting for cause, raise your hand. I'll call on Michelle.
No.
Okay. Anyone else? And I think this is also 41 to 1 to 0 to 0. Okay, so this passes, and thank you.
All right, so that is it for our committee reports. I am not aware of any old business. I don't think there's any new business, but I will call on Alita.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned and disturbed about the whole Spence thing because I don't think we had full information. Shelley didn't answer Ed's question and Michelle's question, and maybe people would have voted differently if they knew that there would be no real restrictions and that it were possible for the 2 buildings to be sold or merged and the full air rights used. So that's what I have to say about that, is that it's one thing when there's a split vote and we vote on the information that we have, but here he just didn't answer the question, and he still didn't. So
Well, okay. I mean, he answered.
thought
So
I'd
yeah,
throw
I
that
mean,
in.
whether the answers were satisfactory or not, I mean, ultimately, I think that kind of thing is going to factor into people's vote. So that's, I mean, questions are the questions, the answers were the answers, and I think that's
But
all there is.
new people on the board might not be aware of what zoning lots are, or tax lots, or air rights, or
That's
any
a
of
merits
this.
question, but I mean, ultimately, those questions were asked and answered in the manner that they were. If you don't like the answers, that's a reason to vote against the proposal if they're not satisfactory. Let's go.
That's true.
Let's go to Rebecca.
I just wanted to use this time to first and foremost send my thoughts and my prayers to the woman who worked at UES, and obviously to Courtney as well. And I think I spoke to a couple of people about ideas that the board can maybe do to do something. So I'll email you guys about that later. But I just wanted to say that we also really appreciated Courtney coming and speaking.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I agree with you. I would just ask, I think every single person on the board probably feels that way. So I would ask that we not do, that folks save it for a committee meeting here. Let's go to Craig.
Thank you, Russell. I just want to let everyone know, building upon what Borough President Gail Brewer was mentioning before regarding the congestion pricing public meetings, that the first meeting is actually tomorrow, the first set of meetings, but the evening meeting at 6 p.m. tomorrow focuses specifically on 60th Street and below in Manhattan, the actual congestion zone. So that does apply to a small sliver of our district. But I want to let everyone know that for most of our residents and stakeholders, the meeting date of note is Wednesday, October 6th at 6 p.m. And that's covering Manhattan outside the central business district specifically. So that's 61st Street and above. And then on the 7th of October, there's going to be a meeting focused on environmental justice for environmental justice communities and populations. They're dividing that up by state. So for those populations within, I think for New York was on October 7th. And as a result of this, the Transportation Committee meeting that's typically scheduled for the first Wednesday of the month will now be on the second Wednesday of the month on October 13th. So I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of that. Thank you very much.
Okay. And another scheduling item that I'll just put out there that folks may not be aware of is that the Environment and Sanitation Committee is meeting on the 27th, which is not their normal meeting time, but it got switched around with another committee. So we'll make sure folks know that that's going to be related to resiliency. David Halpern.
Did you have to unmute?
I'd just like to echo what you said, Russell. This is not the first time the board has taken no position. It is not embarrassing to take no position. We can disagree approximately 50-50. I also want to respectively disagree with Alita. I think that with the exception of how much money Spence was getting or how much money they paid for that site, which is private and I don't think is really anybody's business, Shelley did answer all the questions. We also discussed this to the same extent that we have typically discussed these real estate issues. What surprises me is why we are so suspicious of Spence, why we feel that Spence shouldn't be able to take the good fortune that has come their way. David, Shelley pointed out, I'm sorry, look, everybody has spoken too long, and I'm going to speak my one last minute of peace. Because I just feel that when Spence bought that property, and rest assured they paid a premium for it, they doubted, as Shelley pointed out, that they would ever get the benefit of those air rights. And the fact that they are finally getting the benefit of some of those air rights is their good fortune, and I don't see why and I don't understand our resenting it because I felt a lot of that. And last but not least, this conjecturing about the two property owners getting together and doing something inappropriate is ridiculous because Shelley pointed out, there's almost no commercial space left. What's left is community facility area. So I just think that fair is fair, and Ed and others seem to want to say that it was inappropriate. Sorry to personalize that, but I think that Shelley did the right job, and I think that no position was a fine position, and it doesn't embarrass the board.
I'm going to say that this ultimately discussions of the item that we already voted on is, I would say, is not new business. So I will not entertain.
And I agree with that. And the only reason I said anything is
I understand
because
this because
Alita started it.
I opened the door. I understand that. So, but I'm just letting everybody know that we're not going to do any more comments on that issue. So let's go to Chuck Warren.
I'm making a priority motion to adjourn.
Okay, is that seconded? Yes, Taina seconds. Is anyone opposed to adjourning? Alita, Lorraine, Ed, Elizabeth, and Greg. Okay, so the motion to adjourn passes. So that is that. Thank you very much, everybody, and I will see you all next time.
Nominating committee, don't leave. You're going to be sent to a breakout room. Craig and Carolina.